kind of weird how it's doing right now. I'm not sure how to handle this. This is a little weird. It's not showing up on the whatchamacallit, the taskbar. So when I minimize it, I can't seem to get back into it. Yeah, when I minimize it, I can't seem to get back into it. For some reason, it's not showing up in the taskbar. So I have to like stop it. I don't know, this game is buggy as fuck. In order to go back into it once I click off of it. This game is buggy as fuck. It's yeah, it's something. It's something. All right. Yeah, it's just not showing up on the taskbar at all. Like there is no icon on the taskbar. So I guess I just can't click off it or something. I don't know. I mean, it wasn't doing that the first day, Monday, but I guess it's doing it today. So fuck if I know. Then I'll just not click off it. I guess I could minimize it. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue this one. Okay. Okay. In his head, Shinjiro went over the steps he would have to take and the time required to take them.
明日、いや、明後日で構いませんか。
さすが新庄ちゃん、話せるじゃない。よくそれで堅物揃いの捜査一課に残れてるわね。
では、よろしくお願いします。
あ、ちょっと新庄ちゃん。
He barely stopped himself from ending the call.
まだ何か。
念のためアドバイスをしとこうと思って2つね。言っておくけど、さっきのは冗談じゃないのよ。
は？
チャランポランで行きなさいっていうやつよ。これから間違いなく新庄ちゃんの理解の外にある事件は続くわよ。その時一番邪魔になるのは常識だから気をつけなさいな。
肝に銘じます。
そこで真面目に返事しているようではまだまだね。もう一つはね。
Momose paused for a second and chuckled.
うちの子に取って食われないようにね。油断してると新庄ちゃんが部外者になりかねないわよ。
September 30th, 2015, Wednesday.
なあ、ツイポ見た？
ああ、壁宝ボットのネタ画像でしょ。でっかいウーパがドヤ顔して光るように座って渋谷も変わったとか言ってる。
Upa, a ball-shaped mascot character from the popular manga Rainet Kakeru, which began running in Loco Loco Comics in 2006. The later anime adaptation only served to increase the character's popularity, with large amounts of stuffed animals and other related merchandise being produced as a result. Hekihobot, a Twitter account followed by over 80% of Hekiho Academy students. The account is popular for its variety of tweets, which include funny memes, news about discounts at cafes and restaurants near Hekiho, school rumors, and other things of interest to the student body. Despite the word bot designating an automated posting program in its name, it doesn't post at regular times, and its posts vary in content, so it is said to be an actual account run by someone at the school.
そうそう、めっちゃ切なそうなの。
あれさ、文化祭で使わねえ？渋谷復興の歴史の展示なんてどうせ誰も見ねえじゃん。
画像だけじゃ弱くない？なんかぬいぐるみとか実際に置かないと。
The male student started to search through Shibuya stores with his smartphone. He must have found something strange because he kept mumbling, "No way." Ito was recording the newspaper club's project for the festival, a bunch of random footage of the preparations, and the cafeteria.
そんなもんで盛り上がってる場合かっての。
A body had just been found in Dogenzaka yesterday, and all these students cared about was their stupid jokes. The body was found less than 10 minutes away from the school, but they barely even mentioned it.
ま、確かにまだ大掛かりには報道されてないけどさ。
The first reporters had been on a major communication company's website. That was where Ito had seen it. It had been last night. It had made the morning news and the morning papers, but all that had been reported was that a body had been found, and that no details were known. And it was rare for a high school kid to check the TV news and papers every day. There was no word from Miyashiro. Ito was really worried about what had happened at the Love Hotel, but he had no way of asking about it.
くそ。
He took out his phone even though he knew he hadn't gotten any calls. Sure enough, there were no messages. He had been doing that a lot since yesterday. He couldn't bring himself to make a call. He didn't know what to say. He didn't know what to say to a friend who had been taken away by the police. The laughing students irritated Ito in a way that he didn't really understand. He had been planning on videotaping the entire cafeteria today, but instead he gave up and left.
撮影お疲れ様。
He went inside the club room and saw Kurusu was there.
連絡は？
Kurusu's expression clouded over for a moment as she shook her head.
あれからは何も。
そっか。
Wakui, the club advisor, had told him that Kurusu had taken a change of clothes for Miyashiro to the police station last night. She had been told that neither Miyashiro nor Onoe were hurt. The police were probably going to let them off with a warning, and if they weren't suffering any after effects from the trauma, they would be let go in the morning. But school was over. It was almost evening, and there was still no word from either of them. Ito dropped into his chair.
たく、学校のみんなは平和なもんだよ。昨日のことなんてほとんど誰も話してないんだぞ。
そう。
そりゃあ東京じゃ発表されてるだけでほぼ1週間に2人のペースで誰かが殺されてるんだから、変死体があったってだけじゃ別に真新しくもないけどさ。にしたってな、道玄坂なんてもろ近所じゃん。下手したらそこを通って登校してるやつもいるかもしれないってのに。つかいるだろ、うちなら。あれかな、あいつがいつも言ってるみたいに社会に関するニュースを載せてるサイトとかにアクセスしないやつばっかりなのかな。
わかりやすいね。
Kurusu chuckled.
え？
心配なんでしょ、二人のこと。
Ito started to speak, but then choked it back.
別に 副部長こそ心配なんじゃないの？
Ridiculous, she chuckled.
怒ってる。処置なしだもの。セリカはともかくとしてね。忠告も聞かずに突っ込んで無茶するからこんなことになる。伊藤君にも新聞部の文化祭の映像押し付けることになるし。
いや、別にそれは大したことないからいいんだけどさ。
ダメ。与えられた役割はきっちりこなすのが当たり前でしょ。
ここか。クルス、予算の件どうなってる？
Kawahara appeared. He was very out of breath.
予算？
超過した予算をまとめたやつ。経理がまだかって。
Kurusu frowned as she realized her mistake. her. Ito had seen her come in after Kurusu had started her work. He had thought she might say hello, but knowing her, probably not. He had also seen her start to play her game. He had been trying not to bring it up, but that was clearly impossible now. She must have been concentrating pretty hard. Her gaze was constant and steady. Ito sighed.
こいつはいつでもマイペースだな。他人に興味がないのかね。
そんなわけないでしょ。この子は他の人よりほんの少しだけ自分が強いの。
にしたってよ。
She's in the same club as them, he started to say, but Kurusu stopped him with a raised hand. She looked down at Kazuki's game screen.
そうでもなかったみたい。
Kurusu chuckled and then took off Kazuki's headphones.
カズキ、私はゲームやらないから詳しいことはわからないけど。この家の壁に向かって延々と火の玉出してるのは何か意味があるの？すごい勢いで燃え広がってる。
Kazuki looked back at the screen with a stunned expression on her face. She yanked the headphones out of Kurusu's hands and quickly put them on, then started to pound at the keyboard.
落ち着きなさい。というかその煩わしいスルメ、飲み込むか出すかしなさい。行儀悪い。
Kazuki may or may not have heard her because she struggled with her game for a while, and then she froze like a toy whose batteries had run out. The squid she had been chewing fell out of her mouth and landed on the desk. She stared at it for almost 30 seconds, as if something impossible had just happened. Then she silently stood up and staggered over to the shelf where the electric coffee maker was kept, her mannerisms rivaling that of an incredibly fierce drunkard. Her face had turned pale.
カズキ、大丈夫か？コーヒー入れてくれるのか
？Kazuki nodded in response to Ito's second question and started to make coffee with shaking hands. She made Kurusu her usual with 2 cubes of sugar and gave Ito a coffee mixed with milk. Then she made a cup for herself, black, but didn't drink a drop. Her forehead slammed into the desk with a thud, and she became so quiet it was impossible to tell she was breathing.
ね。
Kurusu looked to Ito for agreement as she cleaned up Kazuki's squid.
いや、そうか？
He took a sip from his coffee, not sure what to think. To him, none of this made any sense. Kurusu didn't say another word as she drank her coffee.
と
Ito looked up at the blank ceiling and decided that this was as good a time as any to ask. It wasn't that it was wrong, but it still felt kind of awkward.
あのさ、
何？
あいつがこんなに事件に入れ込んでるのって何か理由があんの？
Kurusu froze. She lowered her gaze as if searching for answers in her coffee cup.
伊藤くんこそずいぶん事件に対して熱心じゃない？
She seemed to be trying to change the subject.
俺はこういうのが好きな人だから。
こういうの？
猟奇的な事件。でも昨日みたいに現場に忍び込むっていうのは。
That was going too far, he continued. Kurusu silently took another sip of her coffee. She seemed to be staring at a single point in the distance, lost in thought. It was clear that while she was seeing the things around her, she wasn't paying attention to any of them. Seeing her like this scared Ito a little. Was it really that big a deal?
別に 言いたくなければ。
そういうわけじゃない。きっと基本的には伊藤君と同じ。タクルも好きだもの、こういうの。それに危なっかしいところに首を突っ込みたがるのも昔からだし。
I see, Ito said.
小学校からだっけ、あいつが副部長と一緒に暮らすようになったの。
ええ、正確には被災して少し経ってからだから、中学生に上がるか上がらないかの時だけど。
Kurusu and Miyashiro were both what people called earthquake orphans. They had both been in 6th grade when they had lost their parents to the earthquake. Since they had no relatives to take them in, they had been sent to the same orphanage, a group home known as Aoba Dormitory. Group home, a small residential faculty that serves as a home for those who require care in some way, most often children. Group homes are typically limited to a maximum of 6 people, and since these faculties are often the homes of private, individual families, they are said to offer more personalized care to those living in them. Kids like them weren't common in Shibuya these days, but they weren't exactly rare either. Miyashiro had been so badly injured during the earthquake that he had become comatose. He was still in that coma when he arrived at the dorms. The head of the dorm was also the head doctor at the Aoba clinic downstairs, and so for a while that was where Miyashiro was kept. Kurusu had taken care of literally all his needs. There were 4 kids at the faculty. Kurusu and Miyashiro were the oldest. Since her birthday was earlier than his, she had dubbed herself the oldest of the 4 siblings and volunteered to take care of the other 3. Even back then, Miyashiro had a habit of being curious and getting into trouble.
だいたい天の弱だしね。みんなとは違うってよく言ってるでしょ。そんなことはないのに。
She spoke like a parent worried for her child's future.
でも結局あの子は。
お疲れ様。おや、クルス君も来てたのか。
先生、連絡があったんですか？
The club advisor, Wakui, was quite relaxed as he came into the room. Kurusu quickly stood up and rushed over to him. He nodded and motioned for her to calm down.
ついさっきね。
大丈夫そうでしたか？
それはもちろん。ほら、伊藤君、すぐに体育館に行きなさい。
体育館？なんで？
軽音部が今からリハーサルをするって。いい文化祭の記録になるんじゃないかな。
Kurusu's expression froze, and suddenly it changed.
涌井先生？連絡ってそれですか？
そうだよ。ってなんだいクルス君、機嫌がいいね。
あら、先生には機嫌がいいように見えますか？
行ってくる。先生も行こ
う。ちょっと。
Sensing a gathering storm of violence, Ito pushed Wakui out the door. Kazuki had looked up for a moment, but then she slammed her head back on the desk. Now that she was all alone, Kurusu took out her phone and checked it. There was no message, of course. She sighed and looked at the board. That incident yesterday at the Love Hotel. whether it was murder or suicide, from the way Miyashiro and Inoue had looked when they had been taken by the police. Something had happened. Miyashiro had said it had something to do with the incident 6 years ago. Now that it had happened 3 times, there was no ignoring it. No, it was too dangerous. She couldn't let him get any more involved in this. She thought back to Ito's question about why Miyashiro was so interested in this case. Kazuki was still lying with her head on the desk. When she turned her head to the side, she looked like she was enjoying herself for some reason. When Kurusu saw that, she suddenly lost her desire to drink the coffee. Apologizing in her mind to Kazuki, she decided to pour it out at the water fountain. She headed to the water fountain upstairs, which was usually less crowded. She found herself looking down at the gaps between the tiles as the sound of her footsteps rang in her ears. She could tell that she was walking slower than usual. Essentially, Kurusu was lonely. She remembered what she would say to Miyashiro the day he first woke up at the clinic.
クルスママ、名前で呼んで。家族なのに名字で呼び合うのはおかしいでしょ。
In the end, he...
あの子は特別が気取りたいだけなんだから。
She knew why, she supposed. The event that had caused him to leave the dorm was still bothering him. November 7th, 2009.
なんで携帯が繋がらねえんだよ。
I wanted water. I could still feel the sensation of the dead woman I had touched when I had fallen on my hands, and I wanted to wash it off. I wanted to wash my face too. The wind from the flames had blown something small into my eye, and it itched badly. I was thirsty too. Sarika was on my back, and she showed no signs of waking up. My legs were at their limit, so I forced my way through the crowd and sat down on a tire that had rolled nearby. It smelled like burning rubber. I didn't have the energy to apologize to the people I ran into, and they didn't have the energy left to complain. I slowly brought Sarika to rest on my knees and looked around. I saw an orange light. The light of the fires reflected off of many things. It was pretty, I thought, before I realized how inappropriate that was. For some reason, I started to count the bodies on the ground, not knowing if they were alive or dead. But in less than 5 seconds, I'd gotten way over 10 and realized how futile it was. I stopped. Shibuya Station was utterly destroyed. The 107 building, which was only a few minutes away by foot, was ruined as well. 5 whole hours after the earthquake, the chaos had only increased. There were fewer people out walking, but I wasn't sure if that was because they had reached safety or because they had collapsed from exhaustion. I saw someone carrying his own severed arm in a convenience store bag. I saw people ignore a barefoot woman as she cradled a baby whose head was smashed in. Some had outright given up on sanity and were flinging things into the fire. A group of middle aged businessmen were dragging a young girl into the darkness. A young man went to join them.
地獄だ。
There was no other way to describe it. This was hell. Serica moaned a little in my lap. I slapped her cheeks to wake her up.
尾上、尾上。
Her face warped in agony. It was okay. She was breathing. She was okay.
これから代々木に向かうから。ほら、あの大きい総合病院。覚えてるだろう。昔冒険しに忍び込んだあそこだよ。
Instead of answering, she just moved her eyebrows a little. I swore and lifted her up on my back again. She didn't seem to be that badly hurt, but this kept happening. I read on Twipo that the General Hospital in front of Yoyogi Station was accepting patients injured in the earthquake. I didn't know if that was true, but I had no choice but to go. It had to be better than the hell that Shibuya was now.
死ぬなよ。
I yelled, unsure Serica could even hear me, and started walking. I just needed to get to the hospital. I leapt up. I quickly glanced to the left and right as I tried to calm my racing heart. I saw that I was in my own bed. I felt exhausted. I also felt really thirsty. Maybe it was because I had had the dream again. I searched around until I found the bottle of water by my bedside and took a gulp, and then grabbed the phone off my bed to check the time.
0時17分。もう日付変わってるのか。
It was around noon when the police had let me go from Shibuya Station with a warning. I had gone home and went straight to bed, so it seemed I had been out of it for more than 12 hours. This was no good. Maybe I had slept too long, or maybe I hadn't slept enough. Because my head felt like it was filled with lead.
いや、違うか。
I put my hands up to the thin light that was coming through the window and checked their color. They were the same as always. There was no blood on them. I suddenly felt like I wanted to throw up. I hoped another drink of water would help, but it didn't.
くそ。
I thought for a moment and then decided to turn on the room lights. I turned on my laptop. I ran a search for food or drinks that help with nausea. The internet gave me page after page of results. I checked a bunch of pages just like you're supposed to when you're looking something up.
生姜か。なら源さんからもらった葛根湯があるか。
I looked under the sink until I found the Kakanto powder, then poured it into a cup and added some hot water from the electric kettle. It had a strange smell, unlike anything I was used to. I took a sip. I could tell that my hands were shaking a little as I held the cup. Damn it. That wasn't the first time I've seen a body. I checked the phone again and saw that there were several messages from Sarika and Kurusu. I was about to respond, but stopped. They were probably still up, but didn't feel like talking to anyone. It felt like the air I had breathed in at the Love Hotel yesterday was still deep inside me, along with the cheerful melody of the music box and the red that covered my vision. It felt something strange on my cheek and put a hand up to feel it. It was a bandage. I had gone to some kind of clinic at the police station where they had put it on. They told me I must have hit my face hard on the floor when I had passed out. I was unlucky enough to scrape my cheek against a piece of the shattered glass. Thankfully, it wasn't a big wound. It barely hurt at all. But it itched like hell, and each time it itched, the shock I had felt back then came rushing back, and my heart would start racing. The danger was long gone, but I still couldn't forget the terror. Had I almost been caught up in something horrible? No, I'm fine. I'm fine, alright? My name is Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. I'm not like everyone else. I'm not an amateur. I am an ace attorney. I went through that hell I just dreamed about and survived. Maybe having that nightmare again was good for me. I managed to force down the urge to vomit, then clicked away at the computer. I opened my computer's TV program, changed the channel to a news program, and watched it on my monitor. A few months ago, I had bought a USB TV tuner off of a homeless guy who had no idea what it was worth. All it cost me was dinner at a local restaurant. Just like I thought, there was an article about the events of 2 days ago. All they said was that a man's body was found in Dogenzaka Love Hotel. They didn't say whether it was suicide, murder, or just an accident. I kinda doubt it was an accident, but there was nothing
Dragon
about the girl who
Sakata
had been found at the
said,
scene.
Yoiwazu.
Hello, Sakata. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Or about me and Sarika. I see.
やっぱりこんなもんなのか。
I had never experienced for myself the gap between what happened at a crime scene and what was reported on TV,
Dragon
but it
Sakata
didn't really surprise
said,
me.
How you been?
I have been well, thank you for asking, friend. These days, the internet was a lot faster at reporting things than TV. To people who followed the news online, TV wasn't a place to learn new things. It was where you went to see if something you had heard about was so important that it was getting TV coverage.
ネットの大衆はどうだ。
I closed the TV program and opened a browser. Nico Nia News had something on it too. I clicked on the uploaded video.
渋谷でまた事件です。最近の渋谷では今回の件と合わせて3つの物騒な事件が発生しているんですが、
Just like always, it was Watabe, this attention-seeking internet reporter. He was famous for charging into crime scenes to get scoops. Lately, he seemed to be getting a little too cocky. He explained what had gone on at the Love Hotel as the video showed pictures that he had probably taken himself.
いずれにせよ 警察は何か隠していると思います。ただ変死体を発見したとしか発表がなされていませんが、それにしては。
And then, like always, he started to mix in his own subjective opinions with the news. He was right. The police were hiding something, but there was little point in listening to the rest of this. Vague information would just get in the way.
大衆もこんなもんか。
I mostly ignored Watabe's voice as I looked at the video on the screen. He must have gotten it by charging into the hotel room.
Munch munch.
Ooh, you got some nummy nummy spin? Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence and very good nummy nummies.
なんだったんだあれは。
I thought back to what had happened. A man was strangled to death in his room. There was an unconscious girl and a police officer there as well. The girl was the most obvious suspect. Even if she chose a strange way to do it, she must have been the one who killed him. Right? No, if she had definitely killed him, then they would have announced that. She was arrested just like I was. Over 30 hours had passed. Even if they had found out she was innocent, they should have announced that. The police believe that the girl with them may know something and are proceeding with their investigation. Like that. Did the police think she didn't do it? Then what was she doing in that room? And even if the police had told me during the interrogation that I had imagined it, I knew what I had heard. Someone else had visited the room and knocked on the door. The sound was eerie and always had the same rhythm.
Spindash Diva said. Nom nom nom, delicious chicky sandwich.
Oh, a chicken sandwich. Very good. A chicken dinner for the winner. Yes, yes, yes. Lots and lots of mayo, I hope. Gotta get all that mayo. I felt a cold chill and idly turned toward the door. My room was the same as always.
Spindash Diva said. Mayonnaise is disgusting, lol.
Mayonnaise is glorious. Drink the mayonnaise straight out of the jar. Mayo, mayo, mayo. I say that like a meme, but yeah. Not even joking. Mayo is pretty good. There was not Miracle Whip. Miracle Whip is shit. That's not mayo. There was no sign of anyone approaching it. I listened carefully to see if I could hear anything outside.
Also, my maiden name is Mayo.
Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Nothing.
だよな。気にしすぎだ。
Crap. That's right. It's a new day.
ネットの知識者はどうだ?
I quickly opened another site. Shibuya News. This was the private news site I trusted the most. It was always updated at midnight every day. The quality of the news and the reliability of its updates made it far more useful than TV or the mass market sites. I want to know more about this kitty petting experience. On sale 2000. I'm curious. What's that? What is that? I want to know. I want to know what that is. Online news was faster than TV, but of course some sites were better than others. There was no end to the number of wrong-siders who would treat the net as a single entity that was the opposite of TV. The TV says one thing, but the internet says something different, they would say. If you asked me, they were utter morons. These days, even a lot of the larger sites online aimed for the same mass market that the TV news did. It was critical that you found out for yourself which sites could really be trusted. Just like the name implied, Shibuya News dealt with the goings-on around Shibuya. It was similar enough to our newspaper club that everyone in the club knew about the site and used it regularly. Its owner, K-san, was, how should I put it, very skilled at getting and sharing information and seeing its effects. She carefully calculated when to send and when to receive information.
Diva said, "Guess what chips I'm eating, hee hee?"
You got yourself some Takis. I mean, those are the bestest chips, right? Some spicy Takis. A lot of websites effectively use Shibuya News as its parent page, linking to it constantly. Most of them would privately run news sites as well. Parent page, the first and typically most broad page of a website. Following the parent page, secondary pages known as child pages.
Said, "No fake lays. Takis can't suck it."
Baked Lays, huh? Baked Lays. Following the parent page, secondary pages known as child pages go into more detail about specific information presented in the primary page, and tertiary pages called grandchild pages go into more detail about specific information presented in the secondary page, and that's how you go down the rabbit hole. This website structure is incredibly popular with news organizations. As a result, a huge number of people saw the information that K-san spread. To put it more unkindly, K-san was manipulating them. Anytime K-san wrote about a popular shop among high school students in Shibuya or a free smartphone app, I would hear people at school talking about it within a few days. Take, for example, the Twitter user that most of the Hekiho Academy follow, Hekiho Bot. It described itself as a bot by Hekiho students for Hekiho students, but from the number of times it would show up in Shibuya News, my guess was that was actually run by K-san. She was one of the few people I recognized as a right-sider. When something important was going on in Shibuya, first you check the TV shows to get the basics, then the mass market sites to see what the net was saying. Then go to Shibuya News for the latest information. This was the way the newspaper club, and myself specifically, would always look for information. The quality of the news wasn't the only reason that Shibuya News was popular. One reason that was that K-san seemed to be a girl. When someone was thought to be a girl in real life, they got a lot more hits than someone who was thought to be a guy. And the other reason was...
耳直しにお送りしたのはファンタズムの在価に契約の血をでした。
Spindash Diva said, "That's a nice RV."
It is a pretty nice looking RV, isn't it? A gothic punk band that was popular in Shibuya around 2009 is a group of four, but only the names of the vocalist, Vess, and the guitarist, Rio, have been made public. Even in 2015, Phantasm still has some passionate fans. This radio broadcast, whenever there was something big she wanted to report on, she would always do an internet radio broadcast. It offered proof that she was a girl and her voice was calm and soothing to the ear. A lot of people would just listen to her broadcasts. The audio from the audio bleed case that I had played for Kabusu had actually been modified by K-san to be easier to understand.
さて、普段かけないファンタズムさんの楽曲をかけたのは理由があります。昨日、ラブホテルで20代の男性が変死していた事件、 ご存知ですよね。ニコニアニュースで相変わらず渡部さんがお元気に喋ってくださってますが。
I chuckled a little. His glory hogging was a running joke among Nikonia News viewers.
一つ彼は気づいていないことがあります。ファンタズムさんが先ほどの楽曲を発表した6年前、渋谷で何が起こったか皆さんご存知ですよね。そう、渋谷地震です。でもその前に世間を賑わせていたのはニュージェネレーションの狂気と呼ばれた連続猟奇事件でした。
I was startled. Crap. That's right. I had forgotten after everything that had happened at the Love Hotel. No way.
もうお気づきの方もいらっしゃいますね。9月7日のこっちみんな、9月19日のおともれたん、そして昨日、正確に言えばおとといですが、9月29日の変死事件、6年前の事件と日付が一致しているんです。
I am already going to call it now. Kei-san is Kurusu. I bet you Kei-san is Kurusu. I have almost no doubts at this point. In that second, the Twippo stream that was linked to the broadcast lit up. It was overflowing with comments.
次の日付はヴァンパイアと呼ばれた事件が起きた10月10日。愛する渋谷にお住まいの皆さん、くれぐれもお気をつけて。それでは今回はこの辺りで。お付き合いいただきありがとうございます。わずかな時間のお相手は私 K さんでした。時刻は間もなく
Either
2015
that,
年10月
either
1日
that, or
0
it's
時30分
the other girl that's there, the one that
悔い
plays
のない
the
一日
game.
が始められることを祈っています。
I could see it being her too, actually. Thinking about it. She signed off in her usual way, and the broadcast ended. She got me. That's right. That hypothesis was why I had forced my way into the Love Hotel. And something had happened, just like I thought. After 3 such incidents, it was only natural to assume that there might be a connection. The new generation madness. Was it going to happen again? I suddenly felt a pain in my cheek. I reached up and saw that blood was coming out from the side of the bandage. Yeah, the game gets a little gross sometimes. That's what a horror game does, though. The cut must have opened. As I took care of it, the red blood on my fingers stood out. Without warning, I felt a horrible sense of dread, like I was sinking into quicksand. Usually, I'd love to have a mystery to solve, but now that the case was definitely real, I hesitated.
Said, I know I'm just being silly.
A silly, silly feeling. Yes, yes, yes. For the rest of that night, I wasn't able to do any more research about the case. The 3 suspicious deaths in Shibuya this month line up with the dates of New Generation Madness. A 4th death is predicted to occur on 10/10. Source Shibuya News 9:30 update. New Generation Madness. Holy shit. First, seriously? Thread archived. Yaya. Hell yes. It's happening. GIF. Somebody call me. Kei-san is so smart. I'm getting goosebumps. Wow, it was real. How did no one notice? Summary of Kei-san's podcast. The dates of the new generation incident 6 years ago matched the 3 deaths so far. If the pattern continues, something will happen. Festival time. No time to eat. Let the carnival of miracles begin. New Gen. If this is true, isn't that scary as shit? I want to know more about the 3rd death. Was it as nasty as audio bleed? K-san, you're so smart. Let's get married. Whose eyes are those eyes? I got so excited listening to Shibuya News. Oh boy, dude. I had the same feeling. I think this means another earthquake's coming. I went to see the Esper 6 years ago in the front of the station. I was in college then. Now I'm unemployed and stay home all day. The fun's about to start again. Shibuya's doomed. I'm K-san's dad. This means they'll cancel the Restoration Festival.
Chichi is the cutest, pudgiest little black cat. I'm obsessed.
Oh, the
Hashtag
cute
carrot
kitty.
carrot hashtag.
Make sure to give her all the pets and all the fish. Such a cute kitty. Yes. You guys make me sick. People are dead. What the fuck are you so happy about? Don't look. I call bullshit. I thought K-san was smarter than this. I'm disappointed. It's been 6 years and it's time to drag this out again. It's the return of the new generation madness, and I can't bear it. October 1st, 2015, Thursday, the same time. Shibuya Police Station.
いい加減答えてくれないかな。名前と住所は？学生さん？それとも働いているのかな？あの柿田っていう男の人と何回もあのホテル行ってるよね。どういう知り合い？付き合ってたの？もし喋るのが嫌ならうなずくとか手を振るとか何でもいいからさ。ね、どうなの
The officer sank back into her chair in resignation. Shinjo could sympathize.
なるほどな。
He had just come to check on her a moment ago, but they had been probably doing this since yesterday. Locked in an interrogation room, cut off from the outside world, and questioned by multiple officers, most people would lose their cool. They would start to wonder what effects their words were having, and focus on every movement of the officer who was taking down notes. Even if it wasn't hot in the room, they would start to sweat. But this girl didn't respond at all. It probably wasn't because she was used to it. If she had ever been interrogated before, the fingerprints they had taken would have told them who she was.
新庄さん。
ん？
やはり連れて行った方が。
To a mental hospital, you mean? It made sense. The natural assumption was that the shock of the incident had incapacitated her. Shinjo nodded, as if considering it.
捜索願いは？
This was the second day since the incident. If she lived in a normal family environment, someone should have submitted a missing persons report by now.
洗いました。ですが当たりません。
Shinjo watched the girl as she listened to her talk, but the girl didn't move a muscle.
家庭のことを言外に含ませても動きなしか。
The normal ways weren't going to work then. She would be sent to the hospital by dawn at this rate.
ご苦労さん。こっちで留置しておくからもういいよ。
The other officer couldn't hide her happiness as she left the room. Shinjo sat down in the chair she had been sitting in and took a good look at the girl from the front. She was ignoring him and still looking down at the desk. She didn't even seem to notice or care that the person in front of her had changed. Shinjo remembered his conversation with Momose. After he had hung up, she had called back in precisely 3 minutes, just like she had promised. And then she had said, "My kid has a message for you."
ですって。
それだけですか？どういう意味です？
いいからそう聞いてごらんなさい。それで今の新庄ちゃんのような反応をしたり、変わらず黙ったままだったりしたら、残念だけど非感知しか取る手段はないそうよ。もし別の反応をしたら、もう一度連絡をちょうだい。
The message didn't make much sense, but he didn't see any other
一つ
way.
聞きたいことがあるんだ。
There was no response, of course. He continued, uncertain if she was even hearing him.
君は持っているものに気づかれなかったのか、元から持っていないのか、どっちだ？
Her eyes moved. Instead of looking down at the desk, she was looking at Shinjo. Shinjo was surprised, but did his best to hide it.
どうなんだ？
The girl stared at him as if trying to
Irene
figure him out.
said, "This looks like an interesting visual novel. What's it about?"
Welcome on in, Irene. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. This novel is a continuation from Chaos Head Noah. We're still kind of trying to figure out what's going on. There has been 2 murders so far. Something probably about the hallucinations from the first game. We're still figuring out a lot of things though. This girl right here was at the scene of the second murder. We don't know what's good. She's being non-responsive to the interrogations and stuff, so there's a lot that we don't know right now. Then a moment later.
誰なんですかあなたは。
Oh, and there we go. We got her to talk. Her words were quiet but sharp. It was the same tone of voice that Shinjo used when he was interrogating a suspect.
ここの刑事だ。
Irene
君、名前は？
said, "Okay, cool."
She seemed to be thinking about something as she stared at him, and the murders seemed to be connected to the first game at least a little bit, because the 2 murders that have happened so far match up with the dates of the first 2 murders in the first game. So there's also a connection there. Not sure exactly what it is, but yeah. Her mannerisms were just like his own again. It was the same way a detective faced a criminal, trying to gain every scrap of information from what he could see. And then she slowly opened her mouth.
有村ひなえ。碧峰学園の学生です。
I left the RV where I lived alone, and only then did I realize it was evening. The sunlight must have been pouring into my room, but I hadn't noticed. I didn't really remember when I had gone to sleep or when I had woken up.
大丈夫だな。
I looked around and made sure that none of the scenery had changed, then walked up the steps in front of me. Miyashita Park was just a few minutes' walk away from Shibuya Station. It was also known as Homeless Park. This was where I lived after I left the dorm. The first floor was a huge parking lot, and the second floor had a futsal field and climbing wall. It had been mostly abandoned during the recovery efforts after the Shibuya earthquake. After the earthquake, people who had lost their family or who never had any family to begin with gathered here in mass. Mitake Park,
Stream
which was
Elements
right next door,
said,
was supposed to
"Stay
be the
thirsty, my
evacuation
friends.
point for this
Hydrate."
area, but Miyashita had always been a mecca for the homeless, so everyone gathered here. When people gathered, so many did so many different things. Containers filled with food, blankets, and tents, even the trailer for an RV that was left behind when its owner fled Shibuya. Every part of the park was overhauled to create a place for people to live. The parking lot, the futsal field, the climbing wall, and the next thing anyone knew, there was a society there that was big enough that the government couldn't force them out. Then some group of idiots came around to try and turn the place into temporary housing. That was shot down in less than a month. As a result, even though you could find beautifully rebuilt skyscrapers just a street away, Miyashita Park became one of Japan's biggest slums, a place where those with no home would gather to stare up at the lights.
これいいですか？
I spoke to the man who sold newspapers, magazines, and everything else as I picked up a newspaper which had today's date on it, October 1st.
タク、珍しいな新聞なんて。いいぞ、持ってけ。
いいんですか？
どうせ余るしな。それにほれ。
He showed me the snacks and alcohol at his feet. He must have sold a lot today. There were a lot of people in the park who had enough money that they could have stayed in a capsule hotel if they wanted to.
ああ、してんならできれば別のとこにな。ゴミにうるさくなってるからよ。
I thanked him and went to leave.
おいタク、電気代か。
はい。そうですけど。
ならついでに俺の分も頼む。南のまっちゃんからだっつって渡してくれ。
He handed me a 1,000 yen bill. I nodded, took it, and headed deeper into the park with my newspaper. Oh, so his name was Ma-chan. Miyashita Park was divided into north and south halves by a road. If he said he was from the south, that must mean there was a Ma-chan on the north side who I hadn't met yet. The administrative office on the south side. Just like the name implied, it was where all the administration was done for Miyashita Park. They kept things peaceful between the government and the park occupants, resolved disputes between the homeless, and maintained all the faculties at the park. I knew the woman there by her face, but not her name. I gave her the electric bill which was due on the first of the month, along with Ma-chan's part. Life in the park might seem carefree and lawless from the outside, but it was actually much stricter than you would find in some families.
はいよ、確かに。はみ出たり、勝手に住み着こうとしているやつは
Everyone who lived on the outer rim of the park, including me since I lived on the far south, had been asked by the management to keep an eye out for that.
大丈夫だと思います。
When I would look earlier, I hadn't seen anything change around my place.
最近物騒だからね。気をつけなよ。見慣れないやつがいたらすぐに言いな。
え？
知ってんだろ？ラブホテルの事件とか。
はい。わかりました。
I was startled, but quickly nodded. I suddenly felt like they were criticizing me for hiding something. the corridor that connected the north and south ends of the park. This place, which overlooked Meiji Dori, was the one part that hadn't really changed since before the earthquake. There were cracks here and there, but the government had forbidden people to put things here because it would ruin the view and might not be safe. I leaned up against the rail and spread open the newspaper with the setting sun shining down on me. There was a column on the front page about the Love Hotel incident, but no new information. There was nothing in the article about the girl who was found at the scene, or how this could be related to what happened 6 years ago. Had they not figured that out yet? Or maybe they had and they just weren't announcing it. If it had something to do with the incidents from 6 years ago, then so did Don't Look an audio bleed.
Pretty picture.
It is a pretty picture, isn't it? Sunsets and sunrises are always so pretty, just those shades of orange and red and whatnot. Especially when you look at it from a mountaintop or near the sea, right? Did that mean they weren't suicides? If the killer had driven them to suicide, it was probably the same person behind 3 incidents. But was he working alone or part of the group? Or maybe people who were somehow related to the incidents from 6 years ago were killing themselves one after another. Something else we noticed when they showed us the first 2 murders was they might have unique powers. The first guy could maybe see the future a little bit. The second one maybe had some sort of siren power with her singing. Don't know about the third one, but I would assume either the guy who died or the girl who's in custody maybe has some kind of powers. I don't know. Maybe I should look at what the 3 cases had in common again. Although considering it's her eyes that seem to have been bleeding, that's a common denominator between them, so I'm thinking the girl has powers of some sort. And she was actually the target, but I'm not sure. Damn it. What the hell? My hand went up to the new bandage on my cheek. I rubbed it several times to make sure that was still there. I took out my smartphone. The data I had recorded at the scene had been deleted by the police. I probably should have just counted myself lucky that they didn't take the phone itself. I had lost my biggest clue to the case. Maybe this was just out of my league. Maybe it would be stupid to get involved. Suddenly, I got a call on my phone. I checked the name and hit the answer button.
はい。もしもし。
お主か。もう来ておるぞ。いつもの席じゃ。
Who are you? It's a new character.
どうも。
As always, the waitress's appearance and manners were a mystery to me. I bowed to her and went to my seat. Sarika was already there reading a manga. She was fiddling with her Garo Froggy cell phone strap without realizing it, as usual. It really was a strange habit and a nuisance to the people around her. Cafe Lax, the preferred hangout of the newspaper club. They always put X-Lax in the coffee, and everybody's always running around. Was just a 10-minute walk away from Shibuya Station. The owner was a manga fan, and the walls were lined with many volumes and brown stains. There was free Wi-Fi, the prices were good, and if it wasn't crowded, you could sit there for hours as long as you bought a single drink. The most important part was that since it was in a hard-to-find spot, barely anybody from Hekiho knew about it. So I didn't have to worry about running into anyone I knew. As usual, there was barely anyone there, just a single couple that appeared to be in college. I ordered my usual Mountain View and sat down.
何読んでるんだ？
ああ、タク。そう。なんだろうこれ。
Stream elements. Said.
適当に撮った
Stay
から。
moist, my friends. Hydrate.
Sariko went and put the manga back on the shelf, then came and sat back down.
はい、これ制服。のんちゃんから言われてクリーニングしといたから。
悪いな。
I took the bag containing my uniform from Sarika. It was a uniform that had gotten covered with blood at the Love Hotel.
今日学校は？
行ってないよ。タクもでしょ？
I nodded. I hadn't felt like it at all.
のんちゃんたちに連絡は？
メールはしといた。
When I got up this morning, I sent them both a text saying that I was okay. They both sent back responses almost immediately, but neither of them said much about what had happened. They probably weren't mentioning it for my sake.
で、どうだ？大丈夫か？
うん、まあ死んでる人を見るのは初めてじゃないし。
Sarika spoke in a normal tone of voice as she drank her favorite grapefruit juice. She didn't seem like she was lying. That's how she had always been ever since she was a kid. It wasn't that she didn't have any feelings, she just got over them very quickly.
タクは大丈夫？
Now that she asked, I wasn't sure how to answer the question. The waitress brought me my Mountain View. I nodded and took it. Was I okay?
嘘マジで？それ最低じゃん。
マジマジ超焦ったっつーの。空気読めっつう話でさ。
I spun the ice in my drink as I listened to the couple's irritating conversation. Sarika silently waited for my answer. I knew that face. She had been my friend since we were kids. There was no point in trying to hide it.
正直言うと迷ってる。
迷ってるって何を？
事件を追うかどうか。
Sarika seemed genuinely shocked.
本当に？すいません。グレープフルーツもう一つ。
Sarika raised her hand and ordered another drink.
いつものタクだったらチャンスだとか思って突っ走ってない？
That might be true, but things were different this time after what I had gone through.
そりゃホテルは怖かったけどさ。
Sarika continued as if she knew exactly what I was thinking.
昔都市伝説とか追っかけてた時もそうだったじゃん。ほら冒険だって言って病院に忍び込んだの覚えてる？
I nodded. I had just had a dream about it.
あの時も怖かったけど、この怖さは他の人が経験してないもんなんだ、貴重なんだって泣きながらさ。
お前も泣いてたじゃん、あの時。
そうだっけ？ほれ、残すなよ。どうも。
Sarika took her glass of juice and gulped it down.
でいや、それで
何が？
Come on.
あ、そうか。だからさ、他の人が経験してないことを手に入れたんだからさ、それが怖かろうがなんだろうがチャンスだってタクなら言うかなって思って。
Her voice was light as she drank her juice, but her words didn't feel light at all. Something other people hadn't experienced. Something different from other people.
たまに頭いいんだか悪いんだかわからなくなるよな。
I stared at Sarika's face. How much did she understand about what she was saying?
何？あ、ダメだよ。あげないよ。
She moved the juice away from me. I was wrong. She probably didn't realize anything. Actually, she probably wasn't even thinking about anything. She really was dumb.
バイトにんなこと言われてもね。
だろ？やる気がないのかって。ねえよ、普通に。
なあ、渋谷地震の被災者のコメントの話ってしたことあったっけ？
何それ？
I was pretty sure I had told her a bunch of times. Well, whatever. Time for a lecture.
地震直後の混乱が収まった後、大量のマスコミが被災者に対して押しかけただろ。まだカオスチャイルド症候群者っていう言葉がなかった頃に。
Of course, I had been in a coma for about a year after the earthquake, so I had only investigated it after I woke up.
その取材の論調の多くは民度の高さを訴えるものだった。これだけの震災にもかかわらず、暴動や略奪などの犯罪がほとんど起きていない。これは得難いことなんだって。実際そうなんだと思うよ。何が今一番辛いですかって聞かれた時、大半の被災者が地方の家族に自分の無事を伝えてやれないこととか、子供に好物を与えてやれないこととか、とにかく他人を心配しててさ。でもそんな中で一人の被災者が言ったんだよ。
I remembered what they said word for word. It had left a huge impression on me.
頑張れという部外者。正直うなずいたよ。心底。
They said exactly what I was thinking. I didn't know who they were, but I admired them anyway. Those feelings were the exact opposite of all the excited, fired up people on the outside.
これを言った人は僕に近い人だっていう気がするんだ。ただ一連の出来事をネットで見ていた他人とは違う。そしてただ被災しただけの人とも違う。
タクの両親のこと？あ、そういえば復興祭合わせの飲み、テニサーの連中も来るって。
マジで？そしたら絶対タク飲みじゃ無理じゃん。
I was different. I was different than the people who just lived normal lives in Shibuya. I ripped the bandage off my cheek. The wound had closed up. My face was back to normal. I was back to normal. The case was right in front of me. I had a huge mystery to investigate. It's time to get the mystery van. I wasn't about to just be caught up in something. As a right-sider, it was my job to jump right into the middle of all this information. Right? I could feel something like excitement mixed with a sense of duty welling up inside me. I couldn't stop myself from smiling.
また危険な目に遭うかもしれないぞ。
事件のこと？
I nodded. Sarika laughed a little strangely. And then, for some reason, she patted me lightly on the shoulder. I didn't know what that meant, but I started to laugh too. Sarika nodded.
よし、それならまずラブホテルの事件から行こっか。
Sarika took out her Popcom. She typed into it with a practiced hand. She seemed to be loading a video file.
なんだそれ。
これ、現場でタクが撮ってた録画データ。警察に消される前にストレージに上げておいたの。
Oh, good job, Sarika. Good job, good job. By the time I got back home, the sun had long since set, and it was past 8. I realized I had barely eaten anything since arriving at the Love Hotel, and suddenly felt very hungry, so I had eaten a meal at Lax.
そういえば、こないだ来た時から気になってたんだけど、電気ポット変わった？前はもっと…あ、ここ物置にしたんだ。
Sarika had followed me home. She started to glance around the room and offer her opinions on the way it was laid out. She would open drawers and be surprised even though there was nothing important inside, or look at new files about the cases and tell me their contents at a glance. She always was a little strange like that. She would be surprised by the most obvious things, but sometimes she would just show startling insight and wait.
なんかテンション高いな。
She laughed another strange laugh.
事件を追うのが楽しいのか？
というより、ただやりたいことは行けるところまで行かないと気持ち悪いだけ。結果はどうあれ、そうじゃないと意味ないじゃん。人間いつ死ぬかわかんないんだから、せっかく今死んでないのに。
I see, I thought. She was right. A sound came from my PC. The copy operation was finished.
よし。そしたら元のストレージのやつは削除してくれ。
なんで？
物が物だからな。他の人間に見られたら困る。
このストレージ、私が個人的に使ってるやつだから大丈夫だよ。
それでもだ。誰でもアクセスできる可能性は少しでも潰しておきたい。そうだな。お前のポケコンのやつも念のため削除してくれ。
オッケー。タク、何してるの
？She looked over at me while she rifled through my bookcases.
カッコン島を作る。
カッコン島？どこの島？
Are you serious?
飲み物だよ。ゲンさんにもらった。吐き気を抑える効果があるんだ。
へえ、よく知ってるね。
常識だよ。正確には中に入っている生姜に。
タク、このページ履歴があるけど。
Crap! I forgot to delete it.
そうだよ。一応確認を取ったんだ。情報は裏を取らないといけないから。
あ、本当だ。
Sarika looked at the page on the PC and nodded. That was close. I let my guard down because I didn't think Sarika was coming over. I made 2 more cups of Kakonto and handed one to Sarika.
ありがとう。
Hello, Mora. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a fantastic existence.
ゲンさん、いい人だよね。好きだな、私。
酒癖の悪さはどうにかしてほしいけどな。
でも、タクが公園で気許してるのってゲンさんだけでしょ。やっぱりいい人だよ。
Was that why? Well, he did help me out a lot.
オッケー、削除したよ。
Sarika put away her Pokecom. All right. I booted up my laptop next to the wall and sat down in the chair that folds out into a bed. As I went to load the video file into the player's software, I happened to glance at its link.
26分。そんなにあの部屋にいたか。
Oh, Sarika said.
違うと思う。あの時タクが気を失ってすぐに警察が駆けつけて、で私も気持ち悪くて吐いちゃってたんだけど、いつの間にかタクが落としたスマホを自分のポケットに入れてて、それで警察に連れてかれるパトカーの中でスマホのことに気づいて、そこで私が録画ボタンを止めたから。
So that was it. Come to think of it, I hadn't asked her how it had happened.
よく警察に消される前にストレージにあげる暇があったな。
Sarika nodded as if she felt the same way.
たまたまだよ。警察に着いた時にまた気持ち悪くなっちゃってトイレに駆け込んで、そこであって思いついたの。
いや、すごいと思う。
I really was. I had passed out in the hotel, and the next thing I knew, I was at the station. Supposedly, I had walked from the patrol car to my room, but my memory was vague and hazy. I took a big sip of the cup to force down my urge to vomit, and slowly let it sink into my stomach. If the recording was successful, then I should see what I saw back then. It happened only 2 days ago, but it had left such a strong impression on me that it didn't feel like that much time had passed at all. I took a deep breath and told myself it was time to do this. I looked over at Sarika. She nodded back at me, then looked at the monitor. Okay. I tried to steady my slightly shaking finger as I clicked the file. The first thing I noticed was that sound. The peaceful sound of a music box that filled the room, coming from that spinning bed. A dark, gloomy room. It had a curtain in the back and a rotating bed behind it. It was that room. The same emotions I had experienced before came flooding back to me through the blurry screen. I could sense my own hesitation from my gasping breaths. Sarika grabbed my shoulder at the sudden sound.
大丈夫。確か僕が床を踏み鳴らしたんだ。
そっか。
The camera was slowly moving toward the back of the room. At some point, my breathing matched my breathing from the recording. It scared me, so I pulled away a little and took a deep breath to isolate myself from the person in the video. I heard that sound. The sound of the wire creaking as the bed spun. I could feel the panic coming through the screen. I wasn't sure what to do.
進むぞ。
I could tell that Sarika was gulping a little. As I spoke, the camera kept moving forward. I could hear Sarika's soft gasp in the video. The police officer and that woman were lying on the floor. I hadn't realized it at the time, but the glass was scattered all around. The camera quickly panned without warning. Pan, video recording term, refers to fixing the camera in a single location while changing the direction it faces. It was that bed. The silhouette behind the curtain was probably that man. The angle was off and wasn't pointing directly at the bed. At that point, I had stopped paying attention to the smartphone. I heard a dull thud and the screen went black.
落としたのかな?
多分
It seemed like I had tripped and fallen backward. The phone had probably fallen from my hands. Was it black because the camera had fallen face down? Sarika's voice sounded like it was a little far away. The smartphone was still picking up sound, evidently. I could hear myself trying to force open the door and swearing when I failed. That's right, I had been fighting with the door then. And then... My body shivered as if it had gone numb. This was... I could hear it.
聞こえたよな。
So is the theme of this game? Because the first game was whose eyes are those? Is the theme of this one who's knocking at my door? I could hear it. The police said surveillance cameras hadn't shown anyone else coming into the room, but I could hear it. That constant rhythmic knocking. Somehow, it made me feel uneasy and scared. Someone had been on the other side of that door, and suddenly, the screen moved. It was showing the man on the bed. The screen was blurry, but the man was almost exactly in the center of the viewfinder. Had I picked up the smartphone? I couldn't remember. In the video, I ignored Sarika's voice and kept pointing the camera at the man. I could hear my own rough breathing, and I remembered how I had felt then. Then suddenly I heard a snap. The screen moved violently for a second, and then for a moment it showed the girl. Then the angle changed again, and it stopped moving. The screen was covered in red blood, but...
天井か
What I was looking at was probably the room's ceiling. Since it didn't move at all, this was probably where I had passed out and dropped it. Just like before, the camera was still recording the sound. I could hear Sarika vomiting and what sounded like someone falling over. What? It caught the police officers running into the room. They were asking Sarika what was going on. She was probably the only one there who was still conscious. Shortly after the screen went back, Sarika had probably put the phone into her pocket, just like she had said. I could hear an irritating noise that must have been the sound of the phone scraping the skirt's fabric. The screen stayed black, but it kept picking up the nearby sound. Then, at the very end, there was a quick shot of the inside of the patrol car. I realized that at some point I had leaned my body toward the screen. I sat back in my chair. I had known what was going to happen, but this was still hard. To be honest, I was lucky that the phone was dropped and a lot of it wasn't clearly recorded. I didn't feel as much of an urge to vomit as I had expected, but I was still sweating from a nasty, unpleasant feeling. I gulped down the last bit of liquid in my cup.
尾上、大丈夫か？
I asked Sarika, and then
ねえタク、最後のとこ何か変なの映ってなかった？
何？
weird. The whole thing was weird. Not a second of it was normal.
部屋の奥に進んでからさ。
Serica moved the mouse to rewind the video. I couldn't tell whether she was tough, simply dense, or maybe just felt like it was nothing but a video, but she advanced through the shocking scenes with no hesitation.
ほら、ここ、これ、窓の外。
I could see the wall of the Love Hotel across the street from the open window. There was something there. Oh.
なんだこれ。
虫かな。
こんなでかい虫がいたらクルスが建物ごと爆破しに来るぞ。
She hated bugs.
じゃあ、いたずら書き？
Why was her first answer a bug and her second answer the sensible one?
いや、ちょっと待って。なんかどっかで。
I switched from my player software to my editing software, and then blew up that part of the screen. Damn it. I could make it out, but it was so far away that it was blurry. The resolution was too low.
ほら、虫じゃん。羽広げてる。
違うって。やっぱりなんかどっかで見た気が。
What? I turned around at the loud noise.
ようはただいま帰った。待たせて悪かったな。
There was a drunk man with a bottle of booze in his hand. Give me a break. Of course, no one had been waiting for him.
もっと静かに入ってきてよ。
おう、ゲンさん。この前はありがとね。
この前。
ラブホテルの事件のこと教えてくれたじゃん。
おお、そうだったか。まあどうでもいい。事件かよかったな。タクは新聞記者になりたいんだからな。
No, I didn't. According to Jen, every day I supposedly wanted to be a different thing. Last time it was a movie director.
ようはただいま帰ったぞ。なあ、タク、よく
There goes
世
my
が
mouse.
世であるため
Get
に
back here,
今日は
mouse.
こんなものを手に入れてきた。ん？どこだ？
He started patting down the pockets of his very old coat. This annoying old man was Ginsan. He was the elder ruler of the park, the CEO of a company with a 3 billion yen a year salary, and my best friend of my father, Jiro. At least according to him. My dad's name wasn't even Jiro. He was related to a clan of foreign nobles, so if he ever needed to, he could summon a foreign special forces team to do his bidding. It sounds to me like he might have schizophrenia. Except last week his bed had taken over by a stray dog, so he had to come stay with me.
ねえぞ。世の一番大事なものもねえじゃねえか。やべえぞ。正面できねえ。
ちょっとゲンさん、ズボン脱がないでよ。
Ginsan was always loud when he got drunk, and when he got really drunk, he was even louder. Today he wasn't very drunk. I had no idea what he was like when he was sober. I had never seen it happen or heard of it ever happening. Sometimes, or often actually, at least once a week, he would come by my room drunk, talk for a while, and then leave to search the park for more alcohol.
あったぞ、ジョーちゃん。あった。ほれ、見ろ。
見ない。絶対見ない。
He was obnoxious as hell, to put it mildly, but I couldn't chase him away. Actually, I couldn't complain about him much at all. When I had left the dorm half a year ago, I had ended up in the bottom half of Miyashita Park. Since the upper half kept the rain off, the bottom half was one of the most popular spots. A lot of the reason I was able to get this spot and even get this RV was because of Jin-san. Back when I had lived in the dorm, I had done some cooking for the homeless in Miyashita Park as part of our volunteer activities. Jin-san had remembered that. A noble man does not forget his debts was all he said, and then somehow I had been given this place. He was also the one who taught me how to get by in this place.
そうだタク、これ見ろ。変わんねえか。
Jin-san took something out of his pocket. I ripped a copy of my favorite magazine out of his hands. I quickly glanced over to Sarika. She was mumbling that over and over to herself. I thought she had liked him. Good, she didn't see it. I breathed a sigh of relief and hid it to someplace nearby. Jin-san raised a single finger. This was one rule, for example. It was the first thing I'd learned in the park. The homeless would never, ever ask you for money. It was the one thing they could never say. Money was either found lying on the ground or earned by working or selling things. It wasn't something other people gave you. I took out a 100 yen coin from my wallet and gave it to him. Jin-san grabbed it and put it in his pocket like he didn't really care.
おお、最近よく見んな、それ。
He was looking at the PC monitor as he spoke. For a moment, I didn't know what he meant.
Huh?
My eyes met Sarika's for just a moment. The monitor was still displaying the blurry, blown-up image. He saw it a lot.
ちょっとケンさん。
これ知ってるの？
野球してえな。
He was in his own little world. What was this guy's problem? I got closer to him.
ケンさん、これ見たことあるの？
ああ、なもんお前どこにでもあんだろうよ。これ例えば駅前の駅前って誰だ？
は？駅前って駅前なんでしょ？渋谷の駅前の。
だからこれつうかタク、おめえ前に見せてくれたやつにも映ってんだろ。俺何年前だったか、おめえがカラオケに張り込んでなんかを初めて抑えたとかっつってよ。
That was last weekend, actually, when I had been uploading the photos of the crime scene I had taken from the karaoke box. Jin-san had come by and seen them. This was it. It was an image of the karaoke box I had hidden in to take pictures of the crime scene. It was on the 5th floor. I could see the same mark. I switched from the player software to the editor software just like before, and magnified that part of the image. And then I realized what it was. That's right, I had seen this thing before, and just like Jin-san said, it was something you could find all over Shibuya. Something that had been there for a long time.
これ力士シールド。
A sumo wrestler. It was the sumo wrestlers all along, apparently. When I saw the club room for the first time in 3 days, I was stunned.
いや、努力はしたんだよ。
I had been waiting all morning to tell Ito the big discovery I had made yesterday. I had stayed up almost all night finding all the information I could on it, and then forced myself to wait until school ended to tell him. I figured that just sending pictures to his phone or trying to explain it in words would just confuse him. I wanted to stand in front of the board in the club room with all the information we had learned so far pinned up on it, and use the club time to really work through it. But there was nothing there at all. I could only think of one person who would do that.
クルスか。
昨日の帰り際な。危なすぎるから絶対にダメだって言って。
Was it because of what happened in the Love Hotel? In as angry a voice as I could muster, I said,
どうして止めてくれなかったんだよ。
だから努力はしたんだよ。黙りなさいって言われて黙ったけど。
そこをなんとかしてさ。
無理言うなよ。お前ならなんとかできたのか？
無理言うなよ。
Ito shrugged as if to say, see? Just imagining it scared me a little. Doing something about Kurusu was absolutely impossible. No one in Hekiho was capable of such a thing. I pointed to the PC on the desk.
データは？
ハードディスクごと叩き壊されなかっただけ運が良かったんじゃないか？
So the data was gone too. Ito was probably joking, but if Kurusu thought she needed to do it, she would have.
尾上、さっきから何プリントアウトして。
はい、これ。
Sarika dropped a stack of papers on the desk. I looked down and saw that was images and articles about the case. It was the ones that were uploaded to the newspaper club server.
どうしたんだこれ。
状況たるもの、データのバックアップは常に取れってタクいつも言ってるじゃん。というか、タクだって取ってるでしょ？
Well, yes, but... Sarika flipped through the papers.
ポケコンからだとなぜか画質が少し落ちるんだよね。サーバーにもう一回上げ直して。
ちょっと待った。
Sarika went to stretch a cable from her Pocom to the PC, but I quickly stopped her.
画質これでいいの？
そうじゃなくて、いや画質はこれでいいんだけど、サーバーに上げるのはちょっと待ってくれ。
I glanced at Ito as I spoke. The newspaper club server could be accessed from any PC in the school as long as you knew the password. Kurusu was spending her time at the student council getting ready for the cultural festival, but there was a chance she might look at the server for some reason. Ito nodded in agreement, a serious look on his face.
二人とものんちゃんのことを怖がりすぎだよ。のんちゃん優しいよ。ねえ、はなちゃん。ほらね。
See what? Was Kazuki agreeing? She was just pounding down on the keyboard and mouse really hard.
そりゃ尾上や和樹は副部長に可愛がられてるけどさ。
あ、渋谷のクレープ屋台一緒にコンプリートしたんだよ。のんちゃん甘いものに詳しいんだ。
Sarika puffed out her chest, very proud of this information. I didn't care in the slightest.
それにどっちみちのんちゃんにはバレると思うよ。
That was probably true, yeah. If we kept pursuing the case as part of our work with the newspaper club, Kurusu was smart enough to catch on.
大丈夫だよ。話せば分かってくれるよ。
I simulated a variety of situations in my mind. Kurusu loves sweets. This was something that Sarika had said and that I had known about too. So would buying her something she liked from a famous sweet shop be enough to win her over? Would bribery work on someone as prim and proper as a student council president? It was worth a try.
よし、わかった。
いいのか?
Ito must have been really surprised by my answer because he badly overreacted.
お前はそんなに勇敢なやつだったか?
やるときはやるんだよ。ただ、サーバーに上げるのは待ってくれ。慎重を期したい。
オッケー。
それから、とりあえず今はボードに情報を貼り付けるけれど、まとめ終わったら一旦剥がそう。ことは簡単じゃないんだ。
オッケー。
それから、事件のことに関しては、とりあえずクルスに秘密にしよう。それでほとぼりが冷めるまで様子を見つつ、クルスが甘いものでも食べて機嫌がいい時に切り出すんだ。
オッケ
ー。じゃねえだろ。ただのヘタレじゃねえか。
What?
ヘタレじゃない。もっとも成功率の高い方法を弾き出したらこうなるんだ。それをヘタレと呼ぶのはヘタレの定義として。
はいはい、わかったわかった。ほら、尾上。地図貼るからそっち持て。
オッケ
ー。Ito and Sarika took out the big map we used for the board.
説得を考えたら、これが一番確実なんだ。
He didn't get it at all. There was no way I could persuade Kurusu if I tried to go after her head on.
というか、宮代。マジな話だけどさ。
He had a very serious tone in his voice as he hung up the top of the map. I had been serious the whole time.
その、大丈夫なのか、事件を追って。
だから、いずれ説得する。ヘタレじゃないぞ。慎重なんだぞ。
じゃなくて、お前、よっぽどのもん見たんだろ。その、ラブホテルで。
Sarika froze midway through the process of taping down the bottom of the map. So, that was it. I hadn't told Ito anything about the Love Hotel. I hadn't told him about what I had seen or experienced there. I tried my best to give him a cheerful smile.
大丈夫だよ。問題ない。こんな大きなネタほっとけないだろ。
Ito did not answer. He stared at me as if trying to figure me out. And then he relaxed and laughed a little.
まあ、電話の時点でそうじゃないかとは思ってたけどな。
He was probably talking about the call I had made yesterday. After I had made my discovery, I had called Ito and asked him to find all the information he could about the Love Hotel case. It had already been 3 days since it had happened. I hadn't been really following it at all, so I had asked Ito to put together what he could find.
はい、いいよ。
Sarika finished pinning the map to the board. Okay, let's get started. It was a brand new map of Shibuya. We had had to put it up from scratch again, but now that I look at it, maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. I had made a huge discovery which could impact the whole case. It was a good idea to start over from the beginning. ad break just started. For those who don't have an ad break, hang around or do whatever, but I'm going to go use the bathroom real quick. Welcome back from the ads. Let's keep going.
まず6年前の事件と日付の関連性があるという前提で進めよう。つまり今まで起きた3つの事件を一連のこととして考える。目的や犯人がいるとしたらその正体はともかくとしてな。
ああ、3つ続いた以上はそうだろう。そうじゃなかったらまたその時考えればいい。
よし、場所から行くか。1件目の事件、通称こっちみんなは陣南で起こったから。で、その遺体の画像が
Oh, I have to choose? Let's see. The first case was this one, right? Yeah. Where he ate his arm.
で、その概要がちなみに同じ日付の6年前の事件は集団ダイブだから。
The group dive, yes. This one? Because that's the DQN, right? That's crucifixion. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the group dive one. Yeah, this one.
で、その概要が
Okay.
1件目はこんなもんだな。じゃあ2件目に行こう。通称音漏れ炭は深センで起こったから。で、その遺体の画像が
And then that's the guitar lady with the speaker in her tom-tom.
で、その概要が
Okay.
ちなみに同じ日付の6年前の事件は妊娠男だから
Man child. That's this one, right? Pretty sure. The one where the guy was pregnant, yeah.
で、その概要が。よし、じゃあ最後にラブホの事件だ。場所は道玄坂のラブホ街だから。で、概要だけど。
I looked at Ito and I could see he was nervous. He was worried, but at the same time, a little excited.
どうした？大丈夫か？
いや、そうだな。まずは伊藤がまとめてきたのを見せてくれるか？世間ではどういう認識になっているのかを知りたい。発表されていた名前は見たけど。
わかった。ちょっと待ってな。
Ito got out his own Popcom and started to fiddle with it. He had linked to the printer over the network and printed out his files. Wait.
やっぱサーバーには上げないんじゃんか。
当たり前だ。殴られるのは嫌だ。
だから怖がりすぎだってば。
I skimmed the printout that Ito made for me. After all the cases we had researched together, he knew how to summarize information into a single page like a pro. Ito read from his own printout.
名前が発表されたのは昨日の夜だ。死んだのは柿田博則22歳。渋谷在住で更新でアルバイトしていたらしい。
更新？
なんで知らないんだ？景気のいいベンチャー企業だよ。
They had been making a lot of money lately off of the Shibuya reconstruction.
渋谷ニュースの情報通り、20代の男性だ。
さすが。そこはチェックしてるか。
That was about the only thing I could do, Ito said as he nodded.
つうか、20代って言及したのは事件のあった日のネトラジ放送だぞ。まだその段階ではどの媒体も男性の変死体が発見されたとしか発表してなかったのに。ったく、どうやって調べてるんだか。
I couldn't agree more. How did Kei-san do her research?
死因は首吊りによる窒息死。地上のもつれからの自殺と断定された。
え？
A suicide over a fight with a lover.
自殺と断定されたのか？
ん？ああ、警察はそう発表した。あと出ている情報といえば、まあ死んだ柿田が優秀だったってことくらいか。出来高のアルバイトで驚くほど稼いでいたらしい。
地上のもつれって、その相手は？あ、いや、地上っていうなら交際していた相手がいたはずだろ。
ああ、なるほどな。
Ito looked through a bunch of files at his Popcom.
いや、それに関しては何もないな。
目撃者は？
発見したのはホテルの従業員だけど、それ以外には何も。もちろんお前らのことも出てない。
What was going on? So they hadn't said anything about the other girl at the scene. Sarika was staring at me confused. She was probably thinking the same thing. I could understand why there wasn't any information about us. The police had said there wouldn't be, and to be honest, we were just gawkers. There was no real point in telling anyone we were there. But that girl clearly seemed to be involved in the case. If they said she got into a fight with his girlfriend, then it didn't
Stream
make sense
elements.
not to report the girl
Said.
who was there.
Stay moist, my friend. Hydrate.
I wasn't sure, but she had looked young. She definitely wasn't older than 19. No, even then, they would say something. Whenever there was a problem with someone dating underage girls, they never reported the girl's name, but they always reported her existence.
どうした？
説明する。
I pinned up the information that Ito had given me.
ラブホの事件の遺体の仮装は
これは？
ラブホの現場で撮った画像だ。
は？撮ったのか？
Ito almost jumped on me in shock. I nodded.
正確には録画した映像を切り取ってプリントアウトしたやつだ。警察に消される前に尾上が個人のストレージに上げておいてくれた。
マジかよ。やばいだろこれ。どこにも出てねえぞ。
Ito put his face up to the picture in excitement.
座ったまま首を。ワイヤーかこれ。
He mumbled to himself as he stared at it, trying to memorize every last detail.
なんだよこれ。おい、一体何があったんだ
？As I listened to Ito speak excitedly, I looked down towards Sarika. I wasn't sure why I was looking at her. But she nodded as if she understood. I nodded back. The police had told us not to tell anyone, but I didn't care. I slowly started to explain what had happened to Ito, how we had made it into the hotel undetected, how the room we had seen from outside was where we had found the body, how we had gone inside and found the police officer lying on the floor, how the body in the photo was sitting on a spinning bed and slowly rotating, how there had been another girl there, and how someone had tried to enter the room. But I didn't tell him how the door had unlocked itself. The police had told me I had imagined it, and they had made me realize I had no proof. Between my curiosity and my fear, I had been a mess at the time anyway, and more than anything, without any kind of proof, I wasn't sure it had happened at all. When I finished, Ito's first questions were the same as mine had been.
現場にいた女に部屋に入ろうとしていた誰か。でもその女はともかく誰かが部屋に入ろうとしていた形跡はなかったんだろ
う？ That was right.
Said, "Hi."
Hello, Red. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. That was what the police had told me. But
ノックの音が聞こえたんだ。それは映像にも音声として残ってる。
音だろ。誰かがドアの向こうにいてドアを叩いたという証明じゃない。
That is actually a fair point. It could be like some kind of recording or something, and it was played remotely. I mean, that is a fair point.
いや、理屈で考えればそうだけど、それに確かにあれは誰かがドアを。
Ito cut me off, clearly irritated.
理屈で考えればって一番らしくない言葉だぞ。理屈のみで考えなければいけないってのが理屈バカのお前だろ
う。Don't call me an idiot. I just prefer to cover all my bases.
はっきりしてるところから行こうぜ。だろ？
Damn it. He could only say that because he hadn't heard it in person. That strange, eerie sound which hung in the depths of your ears and wouldn't let go. But that was true.
その通りといえばそうなんだよな。
I hadn't seen someone trying to enter the room for myself. Maybe he took my silence as agreement.
で、現場にいた女か。あ、だから交際相手を気にしてたのか。
女っていうより女の子かな。
女の子？
あの子きっとそんなに私と年変わらないよ。それに上ってこともないと思う。同じか 1,2 個下くらいじゃない？
そうかな。
I wasn't sure, but if Sarika said so, she was probably right. Sarika never had any evidence or proof for her statements, but she was often correct.
でも、その女の子のことに触れている情報はなかったんだろう。
I looked back at Ito to check.
ああ、ゴシップ誌から新聞社の正式な発表、まとめ引きまで全部覗いたけど、そんな情報はなかった。
I see.
だとすれば、やっぱりこっちから追うしかないか。
I flipped through the remaining pages.
別の手がかりがあるのか？
映像を見返して気づいたことがあるんだ。ちゃんとした理屈だ。なんせちゃんとした証拠があるからな。
小さい男だな。
Say what you like. It was finally time to tell Ito what I had found.
昨日作った綺麗に写ってる例のシールの画像はこれなんだかわかるか？
Ito looked at the picture for a moment, uncertain.
見覚えあるな。なんだっけな。
He used his Pokecom to run a search.
そう、力士シールだろ。
うん、そう呼ばれてる。何の目的で貼られてるかわからない謎のシール。期限は諸説あるけど、ネットで騒がれ出したのは2007年頃。
Yawn, 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 yawn. At one point, they were famous enough that the TV stations were reporting on them. But after the 2009 Shibuya earthquake, everyone stopped talking about them. The city where the stickers were going up had been destroyed. People had bigger things to talk about. But starting sometime last year, they had started to appear in Shibuya again.
目的はいろいろ噂されてる。単なるいたずら説はもちろんだけど、タギング説とか宗教による結界説だとか。
Tagging, street art terminology, the act of painting the symbol of an individual or group on public property. These symbols are referred to as tags. While tags are effectively signatures, they are sometimes considered to be street art in and of itself. Since the vast majority of taggers don't get permission for their work, tagging is often considered to be a form of vandalism.
変わったとこだと、本当に力士の人が自分の顔を貼っている説ってのもある。でもこれは違うと僕は思っていて、そもそも力士シールなんて呼ばれてはいるけれど、それは単に太っている顔だからっていうだけの理由で誰かがそう言い出したことで、力士をモデルにしたなんてことは確たる証拠として。
ちょっとストップ。
Ito cut me off just as I was getting started. Come on, man. It was just about to get good.
いや、それが何だっつんだ？そのシールと事件と何か関係あんのか？
If you'll stop interrupting, we'll get to that, Ito.
わからない。
は？
まだわからないんだ。でもな、こっちみんなの現場付近にあった力士シールは
near the case of Don't Look. That's this one, right? No, Don't Look. Cause isn't Don't Look the one with isn't Don't Look the first one? Isn't Don't Look the first one? Okay, maybe I'm just losing my mind. Doopa 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 doop. Okay. Now I'm just losing my mind probably. It's okay, who needs a mind? I don't need a mind. We don't need minds.
これ、この前お前に見せた画像を拡大したやつ。こっちみんなの現場を取りに、僕がいたカラオケボックスと外壁部分。
That's what I thought.
力士シールか？
うん。多少ぼやけてるけど、間違いない。
おい、まさか。
ああ、ラブホの現場にもあったんだよ。やっぱり現場が見える位置に。
じゃああれが音漏れたんもか？
いや、それもまだわからない。昨日調べたんだけど、少なくとも今まで撮った現場周りの画像には映ってなかった。でも2つ続いた偶然にかけてみるのはありだって今回証明されただろ。
I'm more interested in the fact that they almost seem to be crossing over that one building, but that could just be me. Ito fell silent as if he was thinking about something. I was hoping he would be a little more surprised, but I guess that's the best I could expect. Or maybe there was just too much new information coming in at once for him to keep up.
ちなみに、ラブホテルの事件と同じ日付の6年前の事件は貼り付けだから。
Crucifixion. This one right here. Oh, okay, so it's not in this case.
その概要が。
Because these almost look like they're crossing over.
今のところ日付はともかく、事件の内容に関しては6年前とそこまでリンクしてないように思える。集団ダイブと同じ日付のこっちみんなは被害者は一人だし、それにまだ自殺と決まっているわけではないし、妊娠男と同じ日付の音漏れ炭は腹部に異物を埋め込んだっていう点は一緒だけど、そもそも被害者は女性だ。貼り付けとラブホの事件は目立った共通点は見つからない。
The kill method is kind of similar too, isn't it? I didn't even notice that. They're both strung up, silly. Love Hotel he's strung up with strings. Crucifixion he's strung up with nails. Yeah, the kill method's kind of similar.
だから他に事件を追う線がない以上、力士シールからもう一度事件を探ってみるのもありだと思う。
Maybe I was overthinking this, but there was no telling what else would be related to the case. Just in case, I decided to put up data on the other Nugent instance from 6 years ago. October 10th, Vampire. October 23rd, Numbskull. That one took place quite a ways away. And then Finger Food. The DQ puzzle. That should do it. I looked at the board and nodded in satisfaction.
現状の情報の整理はこんなものか。
人。
As I finished going over the information, Sarika got some cups ready. Oh no. Kazuki, who had been ignoring the conversation until now, suddenly stood up. She grabbed the cups from Sarika with a speed you would never believe she possessed.
いいよ、花ちゃん。いつもお茶組やってくれてるでしょ。
Kazuki shook her head rapidly from left to right and then motioned for Sarika to sit down. Good work.
おのえ、大丈夫だって。せっかく用意してくれるんだから。
I practically forced Sarika to sit down in her chair.
でも。
No, there was no way I was letting Sarika do any kind of cooking. How bad was she? She was so bad that I couldn't even let her make coffee. She was so bad that she once asked me what kind of dish soap I used to wash the... Oh my. Oh my. I breathed a sigh of relief as she reluctantly sat down. Even Kazuki was relieved enough that you could actually tell what she was feeling for once. She started to make the coffee. I turned around to see if Ito needed any. He was still thinking. He must have been thinking hard. He didn't even seem to notice that Sarika was making coffee, which normally would have been cause for panic. I decided for now to put the coffee that Kazuki had made in front of him. He seemed to understand the situation and stretched out his hand.
な、そのホテルの現場で録画した映像ってまだ残ってるんだろ？
まあな。僕のポケコンとスマホに入ってる。
Oh, I was
それ以外
saying
は
that
ない
wrong.
から削除したけど。
Pokecom, not Pokecom. Pokecom. Okay. Ito glared at my Pokecom for a moment and then turned toward me.
見せてくれ。
I wasn't sure what to do. He must have been able to sense my uncertainty.
警察から口止めされてるのか？
うん。いや、でも気にしてるのはそこじゃない。だいたいお前にはもう何があったか喋ってるし。そうじゃなくて、なんていうか、これを見ちゃうと。
In a TV show or a movie, this is where the hero would say there's no going back. Undergoing a shocking event changes the way you feel about the rest of your life. When you learn a hidden secret, it changes you. Just like when I learned about my parents.
そうだろ。見せてくれ。
Ito saw that I was hesitating and cut me off.
お前らは直接見てきたもんなんだろう。俺も見ておきたい。
It didn't seem like he was going to change his mind.
わかった。
じゃあ PC モニターで見ようよ。大きい方が見やすいでしょ。
Sarika, the only person who didn't seem to understand the gravity of the situation, spoke up. Or maybe she just didn't think it was important.
しんちゃんは部員だよ。見ないと。
だな。
Ito smiled as if he had relaxed a little. He brought his hands up to his cheeks and gave him a slap to psych himself up.
よし。じゃあ一時的にデスクトップにコピーしよう。今ブラウザ閉じて。
And then he froze.
あ。
おい。
やばい。おい、見ろこれ。
Ito pointed to the monitor, his voice shaking. Sarika and I hurried behind him to see what he was looking at. And gulped.
何この動画。
わかんねえ。今いきなりまとめウィキに貼られた。
The curtains opened and the man appeared. There was no mistaking it. It was that room in the Love Hotel. The man must have been Kakita. I couldn't see her face, but was that the girl? It had to be. Her clothes matched what I remembered.
Oi. Oi!
It's got the same view as the sumo sticker. It's got the same view. The bed spun around and the wire dug into Kagita's neck. There was no sound in the video, but I could hear the sound of the wire in the music box in my mind. Kagita's face took on a color very similar to what I had seen in person, and the footage ended.
おい、なんだよこれ、マジかよ。おい、宮代!
I almost jumped off the ground.
あ、ごめん。
なんだこれ、お前が撮ったのか?
Nope, it's not from the same viewpoint. That's from outside the window. That's from the sumo wrestler viewpoint. That's not the same viewpoint. Ito yelled at me hysterically. I quickly shook my head.
そんなわけないだろ。僕は部屋の中にいたんだ。
じゃあなんだよこれ。
知らないって。僕にわかるわけ。
Sarika's hand suddenly reached out for us.
なんだよ。
ストップ。落ち着こう。タク、しんちゃん。喧嘩はダメだよ。
She grabbed us both by the cheek and pinched hard.
痛いって。
落ち着いた？もう怒鳴らない？喧嘩しない？
This really hurts. Please stop. Ito and I nodded and Sarika let go.
何すんだ。
だって二人とも怒鳴るんだもん。
だからってお前な。
Ito rubbed his cheek and gave Sarika an angry glare. She must have grabbed him really hard because I could see a red mark forming on his face in the seat of her hand. Do I have one of those too?
喧嘩はダメ。今にも殴りかかりそうだったよ。
Sarika repeated. She didn't seem to think she had done anything wrong at all. No, maybe she hadn't. Kazuki gave Sarika a thumbs up. Sarika gave her a satisfied thumbs up in return. I don't get it.
あれだな。将来友達を叩いちゃいけませんって言いながら自分の子供を叩くタイプだな。
Ito's words impressed me. It was one of the most accurate predictions I had heard in years. Sarika frowned and said that she would never do that.
なんだろうね、これ。
She pointed to the monitor. She didn't seem too bothered by it. She must have been used to seeing gory videos because she looked pretty calm. I rubbed my cheek as I looked at it again.
外から撮影したものだよな。
あの現場に間違いないのか?
I nodded, a little uncertain.
多分、遺体の状況もあのままだったと思う。
くそ、なんなんだ?
ねえ、保存しておいた方が良くない？
ああ、そうだな。こんなもんいつ消されるかわかんねえ。
That was enough to bring Ito back to his senses. He saved the file to the PC with a slightly more unsteady hand than usual. Kazuki was still playing her game, but the rest of us stared down at the download bar as it filled up little by little. And when it finished and the file was saved,
単にいたずらとかじゃないよね。
Sarika knew better than anyone else that was no such thing, but she asked anyway. I nodded firmly.
これを取った人間は、いや、誰が貼り付けた？
Ito frowned.
ハッカーじゃないからな。俺ら素人レベルでわかるとしても IP アドレスくらいだろ。個人の特定まで行き着くのは無理だよ。
Isn't there multiple websites where you can just type in an IP address and find out where somebody lives? Isn't that a thing? I could swear there are websites that'll tell you that. Don't do it, people. Don't hack people, please. Doxing is bad. Anyway, sometimes the media will say that the police use an IP address to track down the criminal's address, but strictly speaking, that wasn't quite right. Under some special circumstances, like a customer paying for a static address, it was possible, but most of the time you couldn't track down an individual PC from an IP address. And even if you could, the most you could track down was a PC, not a person. Several years ago, this had led to a very famous false arrest case. What the hell were we supposed to do now? I scratched my head, confused.
おい、ついでだ見ちゃおうぜ。お前がラブホテルで撮った動画だよ。さっきの映像を見ちゃった後だ。もうどうにでもなれだ。
Ito sounded like he was having a hard time believing what he had seen was real. He had already copied the file off the Pokecom and gone to open it. He probably was just overwhelmed. I knew that was how I had been.
間近で撮ってるから相当だぞ。
I gave him a warning and he responded with a firm nod. He clicked on the file.
しんちゃん、本当に？
ああ、多分な。文化系だったような。
Oh, so he recognized her, so okay. Because she did say she was from the same school. Ito was moving at a quick pace. His expression was serious, but he was having trouble hiding his excitement.
そんなことあるのか？
んだよ、マジだって。
We were following Ito down the hallway quickly. After seeing the video of the room at the Love Hotel, he had said,
こいつ、知ってるぞ。
He had said that he knew the girl who had been in the room with us. That couldn't be true. Sarika and I had insisted he was mistaken, but Ito wouldn't listen.
向かいで見かけた気がするんだよ。
Even if he was right, the club leaders meeting was where all the leaders of the school clubs and teams got together. If she was there, did that mean she was a leader in some club? I asked Ito, but he just smirked a little.
わかんねえぞ。うちみたいに部長が大勢の人の前で喋るのが苦手で、副部長が部会の議長だから、ただの部員である俺が出ているところもあるんだからな。
苦手じゃない。ただ、なんていうか。
I didn't like it. It made me nervous. Being in front of all those people, I mean. And everybody knows those meetings never actually lead to anything productive. If you made a movie out of one of them, no one would go see it.
なんていうか、なんだよ。
いいだろ別に。というかどこに行くつもりなんだよ。
ここだ。
Ito suddenly stopped. It was a student council room on the 6th floor of the annex building.
部活紹介とかの書類が写真付きで置いてあるんだよ。 校内中探すよりいいだろ。
Oh, wait a second. I pulled Ito away from the door.
バカ、もしクルスがいたらどうするんだよ。
Ito gave a little moan.
それはお前がなんとかごまかせよ。
だからそれができるくらいだったら最初から。
入りまーす。
Onoe ignored us completely and walked right into the room. Damn. Now what? We just have to pray that she's not here. Our eyes met and I suddenly forgot how to breathe. Why? It was that girl. What was she doing here?
タクル？あなたたちもどうした？
あ、いや。
The woman, no, the girl, stared at us suspiciously. And then, for the first time, she realized that I couldn't take my eyes off her.
何ほうけてるの？あなたたち。
The words wouldn't come out. What do I say? Why is she here? Why is she acting so normal?
なんちゃん、知り合いなの
？Sarika motioned toward the girl.
ええ、後輩。2年生で文芸部部長の有村ひなえさん。あ、どうもです。
The girl bowed to us.
クルス先輩のお友達ですか？ええ。そっちが新聞部部員で3年の伊藤真二君。同じく部員で2年の尾上セリカ。で、それが部長で3年の宮代拓。身の程を知らない私の愚弟。
Kurusu's eyes narrowed as she glared at me.
弟さんですか？でも名字が。養護施設のね。へえ、血がつながってない兄弟。なんかいやらしいですね。小説とかと一緒にしないでちょうだい。
But still, doesn't it seem kind of naughty? She asked with a wink. What? Why? What are you doing here? I wiped my sweaty hands on my pants and tried to ignore my pounding heart.
何してるんですか？いや、その。
Damn it. Get the words out.
タクル？
Sarika seemed to understand what I was trying to say and finished my sentence for me.
有村さんは何しにここに来たんですか？クルス先輩に文化祭のことで話があったんだよ。てか同学年なんだから敬語いらないよ。まあいっか。じゃあ私はこれで。クルス先輩、すいませんでした。
Kurusu waved a hand and told her not to worry.
事情があるなら仕方ないでしょう。文芸部は文化祭に参加できないと話は通しておくから。でも、どうしても事情は言えないのね。痛いけな乙女の秘密ということで、何卒。了解。でも来年はフォローできないからね。はい、ありがとうございました。
The girl put her bag on her shoulder and bowed to us, then went to leave. Oh, wait. I still haven't asked you about the things I need to. Her name, it was...
有村さん
My voice was loud enough that I made her jump a little.
クリスタ元気ですね。
ごめんなさい。
いえ、別にいいんですけど、何です？
大声すいませんでした。いや、じゃなくて、ですね、その。
My face was turning red from nervousness. Damn it! This is always what happens when I talk to someone for the first time. What should I ask?
ホテルで。
ホテル？
何してたんですか？あのホテルで。
A moment. It felt like her body moved for just a moment.
有村さん？
I could see Kurusu frown in the corner of my eye. Arimura was looking at me. Her expression hadn't changed, but for some reason it felt like she was looking me over. An awkward silence ensued as we waited for her to answer.
あなただったんですか？部屋に入ったっていううちの生徒は。
Her tone of voice was perfectly normal. There was no surprise or anger, just a flat, level tone. But somehow, that struck me as far more frightening. Even so, I nodded.
言葉に出してもらってもいいですか？部屋に入ったのはあなたですか？
What?
そうだよ。
そうですか。
I couldn't tell if she cared or not.
それで、ホテルで何を？
部屋のドアが勝手に開いて、それで入れたそうですね。それは本当ですか？
え？
The door opened on its own. She knew about that. I nodded.
言葉に出してもらってもいいですか？
本当だよ。勝手に内側から。
そうですか。
Once again, she seemed to be looking me over. What was going on here?
有村さん？何かあなた。じゃあ、失礼します。
Arimura ignored Kurusu's question and went to leave.
ちょっとですから何を。
ああ、敬語いらないですよ。それに呼び捨てでいいです。後輩じゃないですか。それから。あなた、殺されますよ。宮代拓先輩。
Those were her last words before she left the room. She didn't seem at all surprised I had questioned her, but I froze solid. Who put this on Hachiko? Creepy as... This is a sumo sticker, isn't it? It actually looks kind of cute. Congrats on 500 retweets. What the heck is this thing? Who put this on Hachiko? Sumo Woofer. Congrats on 1000 retweets. Give me a break. I love Hachiko, but I don't care. Who put this on Hachiko? What's up with this thing? Cute. Who put this on Hachiko? October 2nd, 2015, Friday. At the same time. Dogenzaka, Shibuya. The sky had been overcast all day, and now it had finally begun to rain. Some of the news media that had been swarming around the Love Hotel decided it was a good time to go home. Others just took refuge in their vans, frowning. Meanwhile, Shinjo's mind raced as quickly as the men tried to flee the storm.
どういうことなんだ?
It had all started right after midnight. Arimura Hinae, the Hekiho girl, had refused to give even her name until he had relayed Momose's message to her. But as soon as she heard it, her attitude changed completely. His only choice now was to continue to do everything Momose's kid told him to do. The first thing she had said was that there was almost no chance Arimura was the killer, and that was safe to let her go. The second thing she had said was that it would be smarter to let her go and see what she did. The third thing she had said was that even if he did get some answers out of her, he wouldn't be able to make sense of them. Shinjo had used every bit of his authority to get her released. He had been forced to suck up to some people he really didn't like, and in the end, she would be monitored and questioned by the police daily. Since they hadn't known if she had anything to do with Kakita's death, they had used her assault on the police officer to bring her in. Either way, last evening marked 48 hours since her arrest. They had to decide whether to let her go or seek a warrant for detention. They hadn't found any physical evidence connecting her to Kakita's murder, and Arimura herself said, that was all she had said. In fact, provisional release at this point felt like a bit of a stretch of his authority, but it was a sensible direction. If anything here wasn't sensible, it was the fact that he was doing everything Momose's acquaintance asked of him. He didn't have a plan to follow. This was the first time that had happened, he thought. He only managed to be successful at his age around what Momose called hardheads in Section 1 because he knew how to be flexible. The reason that many police officers could be stubborn and hard-headed was because most of the time that was how you solved the case. Shinjo understood that the rules they clung to so fiercely, both written and unwritten, were the product of valuable experience, but he also understood that the unorthodox methods his senior detective friend had taught him were a weapon in their own right. Even if the higher-ups didn't like him using them, they had brought him success. One good example was the time the profilers had told them that the person behind a string of assaults was a man in his 20s who never left his house. He had found out that the culprit was actually a runaway girl in her late teens who lived in a net cafe. He had matched the internet logs that Section 1 had gathered with the data held by the CSD, a group that was on notoriously bad terms with Section 1. CSD, short for the Community Safety Division. This division of Japan's National Police Agency is responsible for juvenile delinquency, particularly drug-related crimes and cybercrimes such as unauthorized computer access, also known as hacking. In the end, he had cracked the case by logging onto an online game and tracking down several of its players, including the girl behind the attacks. Shinjo was, if nothing else, confident that he was capable of not letting preconceptions keep him from making the best choice. But this time, not only did he not know what was the best choice, he didn't even know if the choices he was making were good or bad.
これじゃあ、百瀬さんの言った通りじゃないか。
If he couldn't change things fast, he might end up being taken off the case. He looked at his watch and realized something. The man he was waiting for wasn't here. It had cost him quite a bit to get permission to show him the crime scene. and he was over 30 minutes late.
百瀬さんが言うには特徴のあるやつだからすぐにわかるって話だったが。
He didn't know what he looked like, but there was no way the officer standing guard outside could miss him.
ちょっと待ちなさい！こら！
He heard a loud voice from the hallway. Shinjo decided that before he let him into the scene, he would give him a lecture about his tardiness. He stopped, surprised.
女?
He didn't expect to see what he saw. He had convinced himself that anyone weird enough to want to see a crime scene had to be a guy, but she looked like she'd be very pretty with makeup on, even if she wore none now. A frown was plastered on her face, and her long hair was half-heartedly tied behind her back. She was also wearing a white lab coat, but under it was...
制服? それに、あれは確か...
That uniform was for Hekiho Academy, the same school Arimura and the two kids who had snuck into the crime scene attended. Shinjo motioned to the officer to let her pass and remembered the last name he had been given by Momose.
君が久野里さんかな?
Yeah. I leave it to you all. So, you don't need my confirmation.
Huh?
There's no time to waste, as you know. Here. Yeah. Well, I gotta nurse this damn cop. Okay. Later, Chris.
She then hung up the phone and glared at Shinjo. She showed no sign of apologizing for her lateness or gawking at the scene of a murder. This is her. It has to be. When he saw how arrogantly she was behaving, he knew immediately that this had to be the coup, no Sato person that Momose had told him about. He felt a little overwhelmed by her, but tried to make his voice as strong as he could.
Kunosato さんかな? 百瀬さんのことだからどんな人が来ても構わないつもりでいたんだが、若い女の子を入れるわけには。
こんな非常識が蔓延している現場で常識的なことを言うな。それが邪魔だと言われなかったか?
She ignored Shinjo's words and walked right past him. She stepped right on top of the number plates that forensics had put on the ground to identify the locations of evidence. Then she looked at the blinds placed on the window to stop the media from looking inside, and stopped. Shinjo felt himself getting annoyed by her attitude, particularly what she had just said about him in English.
こちらが間抜けな警官だろうが、指示には従ってもらう。今すぐに。
世間の連中は死体はみんな死んでると思ってる。
は？
英語を聞き取れる耳は持っていても、ビンチャーは見てないのか?
Venture. David Venture, an American movie director. The line Kuno Sato said is from a hit psychological suspense movie, 8. Yeah, okay, that's a pretty obvious reference right there. She put her hand up to the blind that she had been looking at.
何してんだ?
あんたらは現場は事件が起きた空間だけだと思ってるのかって言ってるんだ。
She kept her eyes on the exposed window. As she tossed him a Pokecom she had fished out of her pocket. Shinjo grabbed it without thinking and looked down at it. He was stunned. It was footage of the room he was in right now. That was probably Kakita, dead, and Arimura Hinai.
なんだこれは。
ついさっきウェブに貼られた動画だ。
Her answer made Shinjo feel pissed off at everything, including himself. Why didn't he notice? Why did he have to be shown this by a girl who he had just met?
窓の外からか。
He grabbed onto the window frame, looking for the spot where the video had been recorded from, but all he saw was the external wall of the building, slick with rain. There was only some kind of strange, creepy sticker there.
Wait!
Shinjo yelled out into the hallway. The officer outside heard the tone of his voice and rushed inside. Shinjo pointed at the window and said,
至急鑑識を呼んで隣の建物の入り口を封鎖しろ。それからこの映像の出所を。
映像はともかく建物からはおそらく何も出ないぞ。外壁にカメラなどを取り付けた形跡はなかった。
え？
入り口にあった監視カメラの映像をコピーしてうちで洗っているが、まあ出ないだろう。出てもらっちゃ困るんだよ。
She must have been enjoying this because Kuno Sato's frown twisted into a mischievous boy's expression. Again, he didn't understand. He didn't have time for this. He ignored her and ordered his men to seal the building, call forensics, and track down where that video was filmed. With that finished, he turned back to her.
それを調べていて遅れたのか。
現場保全を優先しろ。この動画は貼られた直後にアットちゃんに飛び火した。貼られてから40分強経過している。すでに5000人以上がこの動画にアクセスしてるんだ。その中に事件にへばりついている下のマスコミの関係者がいないと思うか。
待て、勝手に。
ニコニアニュースの渡部です。この動画についてコメントを。
かいよみテレビです。お聞きしたいことが。
やりたいけ、ほらな。
He could hear yelling coming from the hallway.
くそ、またあのネット記者か。
Shinjo ran out into the hallway, infuriated.
捜査一課の方ですか？動画をご覧に。
許可なく入らないでください。コメントすることはありません。
押すんじゃない。
ご覧になったんですか？なっていないんですか？
コメントすることはありません。
Kuno Sato was still looking outside the window as she listened to the commotion in the hallway. She stuck her hands in her pockets and stared at the sticker on the opposite wall, the way a person on top of a building stares down at the tiny people on the street below.
なあ、気分はどうだ？
The sticker pictured two ugly, overlapping faces. The rain made it look like they were crying.
目撃者がいるとすれば、お前だけだろう。
Kuno Sato smirked like a fighter facing down a worthy opponent. October 2nd, 2015, Friday. Time passed. It was now almost midnight. Under a bridge in Shibuya, she walked with her head down so that others couldn't see her strange face. She was dragging her leg so her body tilted a little. She didn't have an umbrella, so the rain that had fallen that evening made her long bangs cling to her forehead. Water dripped off them. The eerie eyes that poked out between her locks of hair looked like those of an animal hunting its prey. No one was moving but her. Normally, there would be people here at this hour, but the town left her alone, as if it had sensed something. She disappeared into an alley without anyone noticing her. It was several minutes later when they appeared there. A girl less than 10 years old and an old woman well over 70. The old woman might have been blind because she carried a stick and had her hand on the girl's shoulder, and the little girl was carrying something far too big for her tiny frame. Neither of them were carrying umbrellas, and both were soaking wet. They walked at a slow pace. Perhaps they knew the path well, or perhaps they simply didn't care because they paid no attention to anything around them. And then, for the first time, the little girl saw something and stopped. The old woman stopped as well, and the only sound in the alley was the sound of the rain. The girl stood there for a full minute. Eventually she turned her head and led the older woman away. All that was left there was the rain. And the things on the wall. That's a lot of stickers.
が発見された事件で、その現場を映したと思われる映像がインターネット上に出回っており、
問題の映像は先日渋谷のラブホテルで自殺していた男性の遺体を映しており、
It was past midnight. All the news programs were talking about the video that had been uploaded to the internet this afternoon. Since there was a dead body in the video, none of the programs were actually playing it, but the newscasters had all described it. It was as if they were telling people to watch the rest of the web.
となると、この報道が初耳の人間がネットに流れてくるか。
Twipo was the best way to see what people were saying at any given moment, and I opened it and took a look. Where can you see the thing they're talking about on TV? This is getting exciting. I saw it, but I should have known better than to watch it this late at night. Someone tell me a phony joke or something. Whenever I searched for a keyword related to the case, I found tons of tweets about the video and the news broadcast. The address of any page or aggregator site hosting the video was getting retweeted at an incredible rate. Of course, this was nothing new. At channel had already been in festival mode since the video had first been posted that evening. Festival, a site of furious excitement on an internet message board or site where people are commenting en masse about a particular subject. The term comes from the similar high enthusiasm seen on the streets during actual Japanese festivals. The video on the aggregator wiki had been quickly deleted, but someone had saved it and uploaded it to a bunch of other sites. Those sites had deleted it too, so others had repeated the process.
Hydrate.
After the news, the threads on that channel had gotten bigger.
回転デッドか。これが通称になりそうだな。
I didn't know who had first come up with that name, but more and more people on that channel were using it. It was probably a play on the revolving bed the door had been found on. Since the body had been spinning too, the case was literally about the revolving dead. Twippo, @channel, and all the aggregator sites and pages dealing with the case were in an uproar. I looked around and didn't see any new information. I had seen it in person myself. I could easily tell when someone was lying or guessing.
0時過ぎ。こっちはどうだ。
There were no big updates on Shibuya news either. The top of the page was about the upload video, but it was basically just a rehash of existing information. I had thought that with all this fuss, she would be putting on a web radio broadcast, but maybe she was busy. There was nothing about the sumo stickers or Arimura-san, which made sense, I guess. Even Kei-san wasn't psychic. Only we and the police knew about Arimura-san, and only we knew about the stickers, the sumo stickers.
本当であれば今日中にオドモレタンの現場に力士シールがあるかどうか確認したいと思っていたのに。
あなた、殺されますよ。宮代拓先輩。
I couldn't get the words she had whispered out of my head. In the end, it had started raining, and I had gone with Ito's plan of trying to get more information about the video and learn more about Arimura-san. I hadn't made much progress with either. Of course, it had surprised me that Kurusu hadn't said anything.
殺されますよってなんだよ。
The question came back to me again for the 100th time, and I still had no answer. What was she warning me about? Why had she told me I was going to be killed? Had I pissed her off somehow? No, it felt more like she was talking about someone else killing me. Then maybe it didn't matter if she hated me or not. And the timing didn't make sense either. We weren't talking about anything weird. We were just talking about the case. Was she telling me that if I kept looking into this, I would be killed? But that didn't make sense either. The police had ruled the death at the Love Hotel a suicide. It was a strange way to kill yourself, sure, and after seeing it, I couldn't believe it was just a simple suicide. But did that mean Kakita had been murdered after all? Murdered by whoever had tried to come into the room. But the police had told me I had been mistaken, and Ito had told me I couldn't prove it logically. It was no good. It didn't make any sense. I was going to be killed. Had I crossed some line?
殺されるぞ、宮代拓。
I tried saying it aloud and shivered a little. Was I scared, or... was I excited? I could feel myself starting to laugh. That was fine. That was just fine with me. If I crossed some line, I would find out what it was. That was the difference between me and those morons on the internet. I could do it. I had lots of clues. The first was Arimura Hinae herself. And then... The sumo stickers. I had only seen them at 2 of the crime scenes so far, but if I could find one at Audio Blade 2, I'd have a clue that no one in the world had. I should go take a look tomorrow. And then there was the video that had gotten uploaded to the internet. Who had upped it and why?
Huh?
I played the video one more time, and then realized something.
そういえば、なんでだ。こっちもか。
It was a common thing you found in videos, so I had never really noticed until now, but I hadn't seen any comments on the internet saying anything about it either, but
なんでこんな処理してるんだ。
There was something weird at the start and end of the video. It was on screen for less than a second, but at the start, the image appeared from bottom to top, and then at the end, it went black from top to bottom. These weren't particularly unusual effects. The one at the start was often used in TV shows and movies when the character woke up. Of course, this was when the camera was showing his point of view. The one at the end was often used when the character was falling asleep or just before they passed out. Sometimes you could play both at a high speed to make it look like someone was blinking. It was called a wipe. It was a method of transitioning video from one image to another.
Huh?
This video was clearly taken from the next to the Love Hotel, and almost perfectly at eye level. Eye level video recording terminology refers to the height a camera is placed at. From the distance and angle, that much was clear. I spent so much time looking through a camera that I knew how to judge the distance between it and the things it saw. I was sure that if I asked the rest of the newspaper club, they would agree. But the side of the building where this video was taken was a sheer wall. I could see that for myself in the video I had taken. The only things I could see outside the window were a wall and sticker. The uploaded video looked like it had taken from someone's eyes. Whose eyes are those? Suddenly, a dumb idea occurred to me. I looked at the picture of the sticker on the wall that I had printed out. Nah. I shook my head to drive away that stupid delusion. I needed to stay calm and logical. Tomorrow I could go see where the camera had probably been placed. The fuck? Excuse me? Excuse me? What? Oh, gee, nope, 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 no, no, nope, 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 nope. I apologize for being late. The test images, spreading through Shibuya as expected, continue to monitor the situation. Yes. And the target? No issues. I'm close enough to kill Miyashiro Takuru at any time. Chapter 2 Sumo Sticker. The cases cry their name. If you asked me, all the people in my class were ignorant children. When I was in 4th grade, only about 1 in 6 kids had a smartphone. A bunch of them would use their phones during breaks to pull up secret web pages made by the kids at school, or dumb joke sites. They would pass them around the class to become the center of attention, and each would be the leader of their own little group. One day, one of these leaders was upset because he couldn't visit a site he had been able to access the day before. Some of the kids in his group suggested that it was broken or that maybe the address had changed. I told him it's internet content filtering. Your parents contacted the cell phone company to limit your online access. Content filtering, the act of setting standards for evaluating and selecting web pages on the internet and using that to restrict access to information. In this context, it's used to refer to the act of restricting access to pages deemed harmful to minors, which is usually done by parents, guardians, or cell phone companies. The leader looked stunned for a moment, but then he yelled at me not to make stuff up. The rest of the group joined in. I knew I was right. I wasn't making anything up. I didn't understand why they were all yelling. Later, I realized that I was the class misfit, and he was the boss of his little group, and he didn't like that I had shown him up. I only went to school once in a while, but when I did, something like that always happened. I was sick of it. I wanted to show the rest of the class I was better than they were. I wanted to shock all those wrong-siders. When I snuck inside, I found a place filled with true darkness, unlike any I had ever experienced. I could hear her gasp behind me.
大丈夫。
Sarika didn't answer. She just clung to me, as if seeking escape from the darkness around us. Sarika quickly shook her head.
大丈夫。まだアミーちゃんの手がかりを見つけてないもん。それにあんな家にいたくない。タクだってそうでしょ。
I thought for a second and nodded. For her, that was probably the real reason.
よし、行こう。
Sarika nodded back, but even in the darkness I could see that her lips were quivering. She was scared.
ラッキーなのかもな。
What I wanted in this situation wasn't a brave comrade who would go boldly forward with me, but a friend who would shiver pathetically behind my back. No matter what happened, I had to protect Sarika. Having her there made me feel better than that. I brought my focus back to what was going on around me and started to softly walk forward. I woke up from the usual dream. For once, I hadn't been sweating in my sleep. In fact, I felt better than usual. I booted up the PC, checked my email, and then loaded all the major newspaper and news sites up at once. It was how I usually started my morning. I felt extremely alert. I could probably finish my usual routine in less than an hour. I won't give up halfway like I did before. This time, the mystery I needed to solve was right in front of me.
このシールを見たことはありますか？該当。使われなくなった電話ボックスの影。ポストの裏。道路地図の柱。街のいろいろな場所に貼られています。ふと 太った男の顔が2つ合わさっているような、この不気味なシールの名前は、力士シール。このシールが世の中で騒がれ出したのは2007年頃でした。一時期はテレビ番組で取り上げられるなどして話題になったシールです。2009年の渋谷地震以後、めっきり姿を見かけなくなっていましたが、最近、渋谷の街でまたこのシールを見かけるようになりました。先日は、こんなものも。一見、無作為に貼られているシールですが、実は、ある共通点があるのです。これと、これと、これ。これら3つのシールは、近頃渋谷を賑わせている事件の現場近くで撮影したものです。これは、通称、こっちみんな、の事件現場の、向かいのカラオケボックスに貼られていたもの。これは、通称、音漏れタン。
Okay, so there was one near audio
近くの街灯に貼られていたもの。これは、通称、回転デッド。
That kind of makes me wonder if there was
向
one
かいのラブホテルに貼られていた
at the
ものです。
original murders, you know? Like, was that also a common thing on the original murders and they just nobody ever noticed? Or
そう、いずれも、一連の連続猟奇事件の現場に貼られていたのです。単なる偶然と思われた方もいらっしゃると思いますが、こっちみんな、と、回転デッド。この2つの事件は、それぞれマンションの5階と、ラブホテルの3階で起きています。そして、これらの2つのシールは、まるで事件現場を覗くように、それぞれ隣の建物の5階と3階に貼ってありました。音漏れタンのシールも同様です。現場を見渡せる街灯に貼ってありました。果たして、これは偶然でしょうか？このシールの作者は誰なのか？一体何の目的で貼られているのか？そして、一連の事件と何か関係しているのか？引き続き、調査を進めていきたいと思います。最後に、こっちみんな、9月7日。音漏れタン、9月19日。回転デッド、9月29日。これら3つの事件の日付が、6年前に渋谷で起こった、ニュージェネレーションの狂気、という連続猟奇事件の日付と一致していることに、皆さんお気づきでしょうか？もしも力士シールが、今現在渋谷で起こっている事件と関係しているのなら、同じように6年前の事件とも関係しているのかもしれません。
再生数5。これってまだ俺たちしか見てないってことだよな。まあまだアップしてから24時間も経ってないけどさ。おい、同じ渋谷タグで素人が適当に特集した連続不審火の動画は100超えてるぞ。つか、オカルト板の噂まとめ動画なんて3000超えてんじゃん。渋谷で生活していると渋谷地震で死んだ者の霊が取り付き、不思議な力が手に入る。こんなので 3000？ おい、聞いてんのか
I don't feel good. I tried my hardest to avoid looking at it directly, but screwed up.
そんな気持ち悪いかこのシール。
気持ち悪いだろ。
そりゃ気持ちのいいデザインじゃないけどな。
お前は日頃からグロ画像とか見慣れてるからだろ。
You maniac.
いや、それとは関係ないだろ
う。I raised my head off the desk. Ito's Pokecom was displaying the news video we had made and uploaded to Nikonia last night, the one about the sumo stickers. The thumbnail was a close-up of that sticker. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, nope. Damn it. Calm down. It was just a hallucination. You imagined it. You looked again and it wasn't there.
ただいまーって、どうしたのタク？
いや。
I almost jumped out of my chair when the door opened. I turned around and saw Sarika frowning.
なんでもない。なんだそれ。
ご飯だよ。買ってこいって言ったのタクじゃん。
She was right. I had spent all lunchtime going around the school taking video of the preparations for the fair, so I could have this time to use as I pleased. I had missed lunch. What a pain.
はい、しんちゃんはハムサンドとコーヒー牛乳。
あ、サンキュー。
タクはカロリーブロックとマウンテンビュー。よく飽きないね。
Stop hassling me about it.
栄養バランスを考えたらこれが一番効率がいいんだ。
焼きそばと酒おにぎりとクリームパンとチョココロネとアンパンとグレープフルーツが私で。
相変わらず燃費悪いな。女子だろ。
女子だよ。
Don't make that. Why are you asking me face at me?
花ちゃん、はいロリポップ。演数中か。花ちゃん、はいこれ。チャットしてるの？なに隠さないでよ。レアアイテムでも出た？
A strange kind of grappling match began as Kazuki tried to hide the screen and Sarika tried to see it.
なんだろうな。いや、俺ら新聞部って男に女3通、それなりにそれなりな男女比じゃん。
Where did that come from?
しかしちっともリア充集がしないのはなぜだ。あんな風に女子がふざけ合ってれば。
わかった。じゃあスルメあげる。
もう少しこっちが色気に当てられてドキドキしてもいいはずなのに。
ちょっと待て。僕はリア充だって言ってるだろ。もう一席目。
それももういい。つうか尾上。副部長は？
Sarika froze.
今日も来ないと思う。文化祭の準備が忙しそうだし。それになんかのんちゃんこの間から変なんだよね。元気ないんだ。
I wonder what's wrong, she whispered. By lately, she probably meant since after she met Arimura-san. It was true that after that, she had given up on telling me not to follow the case. Either way, thanks to that, I had been able to focus on the case without being interrupted, since she had met Arimura-san.
よし、食べながらでいい。始めよう、和樹。変数、一旦落ちてもらっていいか。情報を整理するから。
She may have been waiting for something to spawn, or maybe she was just at a good stopping point because she quit the game with much less cajoling than I had expected. Spawn, video game terminology, refers to the appearance of a player, enemy, or item on the game field. Kazuki often spends several hours a day waiting for a rare monster to spawn, and on weekends she's willing to wait over 10 hours at a time. A smaller, compressed version of an image on a computer that allows a user to see the image before they click on it. The name comes from the fact that the image is often the size of the nail on the person's thumb. She started to print out data from the PC. Now then, there was a lot of new information, but I had spent so much time making the video that the board was the same way it had been. It was time to go over it. First, I should start with what I can't put on the map.
右のスペースが空いてるな。よし、まずそっちにチューブラリンな懸案事項を貼り付けよう。
チューブラリン？
ほら、例の動画とか。
そうか、よし、そんなら。
Ito forced himself to swallow what he was eating.
関わりがあるかもしれない動画は全部ここに貼っちゃおうぜ。
That's the way to go.
じゃあ、まとめウィキに突然貼られた動画は、ラブホテルの中を外から撮ったやつだから。
This one, right?
で、その概要がこの動画のせいなんだよ
な。That I had that weird hallucination. It was just a plain old wipe, so why did it seem so strange? What's wrong with you?
いいから、とりあえずお前は聞いてろよ。
Where was I?
この動画、結局まとめウィキに貼り付けた人間って捕まってないんだよな。
ああ、ネットじゃ週末はかなり祭りになったけどな。テレビでも報道されてたから。
That's right. People on the internet like to make fun of TV and newspapers, but the biggest cause of online festivals was mainstream media attention.
でも、それに関しての続報が、つまり燃料がない。そのまま丸3日、下火気味か？
事件が事件なだけにそういっぺんには離れてないけど、あと週末に更新が炎上してたろ？
Oh no, I don't know what he means.
あれな。
更新は復興事業の中心となった企業だろ？復興の時に街中に張り巡らされた監視カメラの設置にも噛んでるらしくてさ、それにプライバシーを侵害されたっていう人がイチャモンつけて、それについて更新の対応者が横柄な態度を取ったとかなんとかで、確か今朝提訴まで行ったはず。
そうそう、よくある話だよ。
んで、そっちにちょっと人が流れてる感じがある。
I see. So that was it.
動画の炎上に関しては、いたずらとか捏造っていうやつが出てきて、それを主流派が潰している最中。
So it was self-feeding then. Either way, without fresh fuel, it would eventually have to go out. Self-feeding, a term repurposed by Miyashiro, refers to when a festival or flame war on the internet lacks enough fuel to keep it going, but a group of people appear out of nowhere and start pointing out problems with existing evidence, which leads to a whole new flame war. Whenever he sees evidence of this happening, Miyashiro knows that the festival or flame war was beginning to die down.
まあ、いたずらや捏造っていうやつの気持ちもわからなくはないけど。
After having been there, I knew it wasn't. That's right. I should put up the video of the room too.
カズキ、ラブホテルの動画適当に切り出してくれるか？
うん。
Okay, that's all.
あと一応これもな。
Why was he putting that up there?
なんだよ。
別に新聞部の動画は貼らなくても。
ほらよ、気持ち悪いもん、俺。
See, even the self-proclaimed girl says so.
何が関係してくるかわかんないだろ。それにこのシールは事件の鍵かもしれないんだろ。
それはそうかもしれないけど。
あのな、君悪がりすぎだっつうの。ほら、シールもまとめるぞ。
Damn it! You can only say that because you haven't seen it with its eye open. Well, it hadn't actually opened.
だが、女子かよ。
男子だ。
Fine. Fine. There were a lot of sumo stickers on the other images anyway. I shouldn't let it bother me, but I was going to avoid looking at them directly too much.
じゃあシールに関してこれまでにまとめた事件を付け出したけど、こっちみんなの現場が見える位置にあった力士シールの引きの画像は
Long shot distance of the don't look.
それは？
力士シールが貼られていたところの引きの画像。
いや、そりゃ見ればわかる。それがどうかしたのか？
うん、まあ力士シールを見つけた時から少し気になってたんだけど、どうやって貼ったんだ？これ4階だぞ、ここ。
窓を開けて乗り出せば届くんじゃねえの？
ここの窓ははめ殺し。
え、そうか。お前言ったんだもんな、人から。
だから人からじゃない。歌ってない。
他の現場はどうなってる？
Ito ignored my protests and motioned for me to continue. Damn it, it wasn't karaoke alone.
次は音漏れたんか。で、そうか、ここはまだ力士シールの画像を貼ってなかった。
When I had gone to the scene 2 days ago on Sunday, I had found a sticker on a nearby telephone pole, just like I had expected.
そのアップの画像は新聞部の動画にも使ったやつだから。
It really was creepy up close. Don't look at it Don't look at it.
で、その引きの画像が
I'm guessing this one is the only one with a pole in it, right? Probably.
ここは貼ろうと思えば誰でも貼れるよな。
だけど回転デッドの力士シールの引きの画像はこれも貼られていたのは外壁だ。窓はあるけどとても届く距離じゃない。
そう？長い棒の先っぽとかにくっつけてピタンってやればいけそうじゃない？
Had she already finished eating all that?
いや、それ届くだろうけど、でもカラオケボックスの方は無理だろう。
ギブ。
That wasn't the answer I was looking for.
ちょっと食べ過ぎた。長い棒でなら届くんじゃない？
んなことしてたら一発でバレるだろ。
じゃあビルの清掃員さんみたいにしてとか。
First a long pole and then that?
まあそれはありえるか。どうした？
なんていうか、こんだけ異常な事件なのに棒の先っぽにくっつけてとか清掃員みたいにっていうのはロープを伝ってか。まあとにかくそういうまっとうな手段で力士シールを貼ってる犯人の姿っていうのが想像できなくて。
Well, that's if the guy who put them up is the same one behind all the deaths.
いや、犯人が貼ってるかどうかはわからないだろう。つか直接的な犯人なんているのか？3件とも今のところ警察は自殺って発表してるんだぞ。
でもこっちみんなの事件の直前、部屋に訪ねてきた何者かを警察は追ってもいるんだろ
う。And I still felt like there was someone on the other side of that door.
俺は事件の裏側を知ってる何者かのメッセージな気がするけどな。
A message?
回転デッドの被害者である柿田が死ぬ直前にどういう状態であったかはわからないけど、仮に前の2件と同じように異常な精神状態にあったとしたら、それを生み出す何か、そうだな、薬物とかを3人とも服用してるとかで、その薬物の謎を知ってる人間がシールを貼ったとか。
何のために？
それはわからんけど。
What?
お前はどう思うんだよ？
僕は。
So what was the deal with those stickers around the crime scene? Let me think.
力士シールを貼ること自体が目的だとか。
え？
バットメンは知ってるだろう。
Batman, an extraordinarily famous American comic book, also the name of the superhero in the comic. The comic began publication in the 1930s. As of 2015, there are many cartoons, movies, and live-action shows about him as well.
あれでしょ？コウモリがでっかい鋼鉄の赤マント人間に変身して糸出して子供をさらっていくあれ。
Wrong. Batman wasn't any of that. Actually, I think that's about 5 or 6 different comics mixed together.
作中にジョーカーっていう、まあ悪役がいて、 彼は現場にトレードマークとしてトランプのジョーカーを残すことがあるんだ。残さない場合も彼自身がトランプのジョーカーのような顔をしているから、いずれの場合も現場にはジョーカーがいたという事実が残る。
そのジョーカーっていう人は何に変身して子供をさらうの？
What are you talking about?
なんだ？力士シールみたいな外見のやつが愉快犯的に3人を自殺に見せかけて殺して、力士シールをトレードマークとして貼ってるってか？
いや、例えばだぞ。
じゃあなんで直接死体の上に力士シールを置かないんだよ。
だから例えばだって。
そもそもなんでニュージェネレーションの狂気と同じ日付で事件が起こってるんだ？
それこそ僕に分かるわけないだろ。
I tried to calm Ito down.
とにかく今ある情報をまとめちゃおう。話はそれから。
だな。力士シールだったか。
うん。一つ大きな動きがあったから。壁一面に貼られていた力士シールの場所は渋谷のガード下だから。で、その画像がその概要が
改めて見ると不気味だな。ここまで大量に貼られたことって過去にあったのか？
過去の力士シールの数のピークは地震前の2009年だけど、その時でもこんなに一箇所に貼られたことはなかったと思う。だよな。
うん、こんなのは見たことない。
なんで知ってんだ
？Because Serika said as she both looked at me.
昔タクと調べたことあるもん。
は？
一つ一つ渋谷に貼られてるやつね、タク。
ああ、まあちょこっとな。
That was part of my dark past, though. Dark past, net slang, an embarrassing part of your history that you'd rather not talk about, and that you wish was forgotten. Its origin can be found in certain famous mecha anime.